It's actually something I want to do quickly. Just hope I... There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle here, and of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. And if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button, also hit the subscribe button, but click the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, we've got some YouTube maintenance that we need to do, some videos that needs to be edited, and yeah, then I think we're well, we should then be good to go. Like, hopefully we'll have some time for some Reddit reactions and stuff. I don't know, because it's kind of like time is limited, but yeah, I'm gonna try my best. I'm definitely gonna try. Hope that everyone's been doing well, and all right, never mind. I'm quickly just sorting some shit out here. Is that gonna work? I'll show you guys what I'm doing, just in case anyone's actually wondering. Rowboat, silly man, how you doing, fam? I hope you're doing well. I'm tired. I'm gonna play some ads. Don't worry, I'm doing it because I don't want you guys to get ads later on. So I'm playing ads myself now. Token, how you doing, fam? All right, let's see. This can be scheduled for 12 o'clock tonight. Just do that. Save this. YouTube is it's doing it on purpose, man. Like, why is it fucking slow? Token, what you up to, man? What have you been doing? You and Rowboat. You're very early today, though. Like, very early. I would have expected you guys to be here like much later. We're actually very early today. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. Not even 8 o'clock, which is wild. Come on, you fuck. It's 4:30 p.m. in Australia. Oh yeah, I forgot. You're in Oz at the minute. How is Australia, Token? Everything still going swimmingly, or like, how's life down under? Have you guys started relaxing? Like, you don't have COVID lockdowns and stuff anymore, do you, Token? Or is that shit still going on? Why is YouTube so fucking slow, bro? Come on, man. Just fucking save it. This is what you call super annoying. Alright. So that video is scheduled. Then we go to this one, part 1. I need this one to be scheduled, but this is going on tomorrow. Let's make me look stupid. There we go. That should be fine. Done. Save. Which 40k faction would you like to get killed by? What a weird question, Caleb. Could I say none? Or is none not a viable option? I'm playing some WoW. The missus is off to a friend's dinner party, so I've got all night to myself. Nerd time. Lockdowns are finally over. However, there is a new power, the current leader of our state, put in place so he can bring them back at any time. Fuck. Dude, you gotta ask yourself, like, the power trip that you're on, if you pass a law that basically says, yeah, I can lock people down whenever the fuck I want, like, that's wild. Foul Smoke, how you doing, fam? Caleb, alright, so which faction do I want to be killed by? I'm gonna say probably Necrons, or, well, Necrons, Orcs, or the Imperium, I think might be your best bet, right? Because from everything I know, they don't really, or they don't seem as if they're gonna torture you. The Imperium is literally just gonna blow you to fucking smithereens. No questions asked. The Necron, same thing. And their weapons are probably just going to disintegrate you, so no questions asked. But Tyranids would be terrible because there's a bunch of things that the Tyranids can do to you, including eat you, and I don't exactly know if they care about killing you before eating you or if they'll just, start feasting no matter what. So I guess that sort of, yeah, that sort of makes me wonder. Definitely not the Eldar, or specifically the Dark Eldar, because they love torture, and they do the torture thing for Slaanesh. So definitely not them. Well, there you go. So definitely not the Tyranids, not the Dark Eldar, and probably not the Chaos Gods either, because they can be fucking terrible as well. The Chaos Gods can do some terrible shit to you before they finally grant you death. Unless, of course, you accept them, in which case it's over immediately. But I don't want to accept the Chaos, because, dude, I don't know why anyone would want to be a Chaos Marine. It is wild to me that people would actually opt for it. Alright. He made a party called Sack Dan Andrews. He is Dan Andrews, and it received so many second preferences votes, it pushed him over the line. Smart man. Wait, he literally called his party Sack Dan Andrews. Sounded pretty into Slaaneshi. No. If we are choosing Chaos Gods. So, in other words, if I have to choose one of the four, I cannot not choose one, then yes, Slaanesh is the one that I would choose. But if I had a choice, I would rather die than serve any of the Chaos Gods. Because they're all pretty fucking evil. No? Like, not one of them, I think, leads to anything good. You change into a monster no matter what you do. And I don't want to change into a fucking monster. Specifically not Nurgle. I think Nurgle is probably the worst of all of them. Like, maybe Zeech wouldn't be too horrible. Ah, okay, Token, I get what you mean. Do you think people voted for Sack Dan Andrews because they didn't know that it was his secondary party? Do you think that's what happened? Because isn't that a little, like, deceiving to the point where that can't really be allowed? Because I'm assuming that would probably be quite deceptive, no? Or at least it would be perceived as such. I would have expected. What the hell is Velma? This is the first I've heard of it. And it's here.
Yeah, I did it. I went where no one should go. I watched the first 2 episodes of Velma. I'm not a hero. I'm just doing what any man would do in my position to protect the people he cares about. You. What I've just done today, this brave stunt, is basically diving on a live grenade in order to shield you from the unbearable, insufferable cringe of this show. Don't be deceived by this propaganda that's floating all around Twitter, where they're wiggling their finger or twirling their shirts over their head, celebrating that Velma had the biggest premiere day for an HBO Max original animated series. Don't be fooled here. Don't let the devil pull the wool over your eyes here. This is a little Jedi mind trick here. The reason this had the biggest premiere for an animated show on HBO Max is because it's the only animated show left on HBO Max. They canceled every other cartoon they've ever fucking had, pretty much. It's been a huge controversy over the last, 6 months. They don't have animated shows.
Dude, what a fucking bait and switch. It would be like me deleting all of my YouTube videos and then releasing a video and going, oh, by the way, guys, this is the biggest YouTube video on my channel. It doesn't matter how many views it got. Technically, not wrong, right? Moni, how you doing, bro? Yeah, because my power's going out at 12. So I haven't even showered yet. I got home from the gym and I immediately started streaming. Because my power came back at 6. I got home just before 7. And I immediately started streaming afterwards. So just so that we can get at least a few hours of stream before the power goes out.
Left. Thus, this is the only one, so of course it's going to be the biggest premiere. This accolade is completely meaningless. It's like me proudly proclaiming that I have the largest wiener in this house right now, because I'm the only fucking person in this house. Like, there's no competition. It doesn't hold any weight. Just because Velma had the biggest premiere for an animated show means absolutely nothing when there is no other animated shows on HBO Max that it competes with. So I don't think the show is popular for what it's worth, but I don't think I'm alone in being a hate watcher of it. I watched it knowing full well I probably wasn't going to like it. I was super open to being pleasantly surprised, but that didn't happen. In fact,
I'll tell you what they're gonna do, because I've seen a little bit of the Valma stuff. You know, it's the Scooby-Doo sort of. It's a new, like, it's a spin-off from Scooby-Doo. I've seen a little of it. I can tell you right now what they're gonna blame this flop on. It's gonna be the toxic white males and also the racists and the Nazis that hate bombed it, and that's why it did badly. Never mind the fact that, logically speaking, the only way that even makes fucking sense is if the whole world is racist Nazis. Because even if all of the racist Nazis went around and hate bombed or hate reviewed or review bombed Velma, if it was really popular with like most people that isn't racist Nazis, it would still be getting millions and millions of views, right? Like, millions of people would still be watching it because, you know, why wouldn't they? They like the show. The show is really good. It's just the racists that don't like it. But that's never the case. Every single one of these shows that's dog shit is dog shit because no one fucking watches it. Not even the lefties. Not even the lefties that go on Twitter and say how evil white people are and how, you know, they need to de-white the television, watches any of these other shows. Resident Evil. You know, Resident Evil ticked all the boxes that the crazy people on Twitter ask for. Not even they watched it. Because if they watched it, the show would have probably still keep going. Because, yeah, lots of people are hating on it, but there's also millions of people watching it. The fact is that most of these idiots on Twitter, they're there to complain, right? That's it. They are there to complain. They don't really care about the media that's being put out. They don't want any of these shows because they know these shows are dog shit, but they just want to complain because that's how they make their money. They feel alive when they can complain about some bullshit.
The first 2 episodes are worse than I expected from watching the trailer. I was very generous and gave the smallest chance that perhaps the trailer only highlighted the show's stinkiest moments, but I was very, very wrong. The show is stinkier than 3 garbage trucks having sex in a sulfur factory. It is fucking terrible. And I'd like to go over some of it right now. So I've watched the first 2 episodes. I, of course, can't show any clips from it for obvious reasons, so I'm just gonna have to paint a picture of the things that I witnessed, the atrocities, the fucking torture. Obviously, this is all my opinion, but I do think you can make an argument that it's factual because everyone seems to hate this show, even critics. So I think this is just one of those
wow, that's a new one.
unifying moments where everyone comes together to hate something equally because the show is just that awful.
That is a new one. What's Kotaku and those guys saying about it? Because that usually tells me just how good. Like, if Kotaku likes something, you just know it's going to be shit, right? That's usually like my barrier. Whenever I read something on Kotaku, I know, okay, this is bullshit. Never mind. Fucking hell. Kotaku's website have just gotten worse, man. It used to be pretty easy to find articles on Kotaku. Now you have to be like a mathematician to follow the articles. Mega Man, how you doing, bro? Amazon fans favorite. The best RPGs, the biggest game was 2022 was the year of Elden Ring, the best gaming. Marvel Snap, things every PS5, your guide, 12 games, our favorite cosplay. Amazon bans Lost Ark bots. Fuck my life. Are they just giving me the same fucking things over and over again? It feels like they're just giving me the same stuff over and over again. Okay, fuck me. Let's see if they. Let's see if we do a search for it. If you can even search for something. Oh, you. How do you search for something? There we go. Velma. Let's see if they have something. Multiverses patch might stop Velma from calling the cops being a Karen? The fuck? Alright, this is long ago. Okay, so Kotaku hasn't put out an article yet, but I'm pretty sure once they do, they will like they will like Velma. Like, mark my words. All of these like gaming media, legacy media, they're gonna be in love with Velma. That's just how this goes. I'm 100% sure that someone in this content farm news site used AI to make the articles. True. Good. I'm trying to play Dragonflight a little bit more now that my life has slowed down a little bit. Nice, Mega Man.
Awful. Now, I will say, I do think a lot of this was actually written by ChatGPT. A lot of these jokes feel AI generated, and one thing that stayed consistent from episode 1 and episode 2 is they used the same joke formula at least 50 fucking times, and I'm not exaggerating. When they didn't know what kind of joke to make or how to inject humor into a situation when they were going over their quota for bad jokes to fucking ham fist in here, they'd always fall back on the tried and true getting meta with its comedy. So they'll say things like, oh, this is that part in rom-com shows where we're supposed to kiss, but this isn't a rom-com show, so we shouldn't kiss. But if it was rom-com, we'd like totally kiss right now. Or in the very first episode, they pulled like a full-blown Big Mouth here where they just have like asses of these high school like 15-year-olds or whatever just all
Angstrom, you bastard, with 5 community subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get some hearts in chat? Dude, really appreciate the 5 community subs, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
over the place in the showers. And they're talking about like, don't you ever find it weird how in like rom-com shows they really put a lot of gratuitous nudity and sexual references in their first episode, but then it kind of dwindles off and it's not indicative of the rest of the show? That's so weird, right? As their like asses are all over the place, it's supposed to be like really meta, like haha, oh, they're in on the joke, haha, yeah, shows do that. It's so fucking
Dude, what's wrong with fucking what's wrong with Hollywood? Like, genuinely speaking, did all the good writers just fuck off out of Hollywood? Because it feels like... So, I genuinely can't watch new movies anymore. The vast majority of new films are just terrible. Just absolutely fucking terrible. It's bad joke after bad joke after bad joke. Horrible one-liners, usually. The dialogue is just absolutely super stale. It has no depth, right? Basically, it's as deep as a puddle. It's miserable. Like, I can't understand what happened to all the good writers in Hollywood. Did they give up? Like, did they just go, well, it's so woke now, we may as well just fuck off, because we're not going to get jobs anymore. When's the last time that you've seen an actual good movie come out of Hollywood? Like, I'm trying to think about, like, what's the last actual good film that I've watched out of Hollywood? Star Trek was pretty good, but that's already a while ago. Like, let's see, what have I been watching recently? So let's go Prime Video. The Lost Ship is decent. Jack Ryan was fucking brilliant. So yeah, okay, Jack Ryan was really good. Supernatural, obviously, but that's old. I haven't watched Wheel of Time. I started watching and just got bored immediately. So I'm not sure how good that is. I've watched a few more movies on Netflix. So let's see what Netflix is all about, shall we? Vikings Valhalla was decent, although not as good as the original Vikings. Suits, Star Trek, but again, old. The Witcher. First 2 seasons, banging. Oh, The Pale Blue Eye. I still have to finish this, but this was actually good. So I would give The Pale Blue Eye. That was actually decently good. It doesn't feel like... It feels like the vast majority of things that comes out of Hollywood these days is just shit. Like, it doesn't. I don't want to watch it. I have no interest in watching it. I have no interest in even beginning to try to watch it. It's yeah, it's fucking sad. And the problem is that none of these people seem to understand why their shows aren't doing well. They don't seem to understand it. They just keep putting out the same shit, and they keep wondering, well, why are people not okay with this? The John Wick movies were pretty good. John Wick was pretty good. That's true. But again, pretty old now, right? Not very recent, especially since it's it's part of a series of movies that's come out. So yeah, I would say I've enjoyed John Wick. But then again, I enjoy most things that Keanu Reeves is in, so I don't know if that counts. I find him to be a decent actor at choosing good movies. But yeah, it saddens me that we no longer have really good cinema.
Tiresome and gets really, really grating. It's not just like a bad joke, but it's a joke that's so bad and used so many times that it just begins to get like frustrating to hear, which is kind of like an irrational response to hearing a bad joke, and I get that. But like after the 50th fucking time of me hearing them set up that same thing of like, well, this is actually just like in that movie where I'm supposed to solve this mystery, but that movie had a weird ending, so I'm hoping that here that won't happen because, I mean, it's not a movie. It's just, I can't stand it. And they do it so often. Now, setting aside just like that series of bad jokes, every joke in here isn't good. And it's not even close. I don't even think they tried to make good humor here. I don't really know what they tried to accomplish, but it's all over the place. So, first of all, they made Velma the most unlikable character in the show. She's like a genuine douchebag, like a huge asshole. She judges everyone, she's rude to everyone, she insults everyone.
Why?
She's mean to literally everyone. Norville, who's supposed to be the equivalent of Shaggy.
But wasn't Valma always the nice one? Like, Daphne was a bit of a bitch. Daphne was the one that, she was really pretty, and that made her really bitchy. Valma was always the nice one. She was always the one that's she's really smart, and she usually solves most of the murders and shit, or the crimes. But she's nice because her voice actress in this TV series is a bitch and a horrible actor. That seems to be all the actors right now, bro.
In here, like, just confesses to Velma like he has feelings for her, and she laughs in his face, calling him like a fucking comedian loser because she'd never actually have any feelings for him. He's such an unlovable, unlikable loser. It's so humorous that he'd even pretend that he has a chance with her. So she just keeps laughing in his face about how it was such like a side-splitting, gut-busting joke that he has feelings for her because she just looks at him like a brother and nothing else. So it's so laughable that he'd actually feel that way.
You see, the problem as well, like what he's highlighting here, who was it? It was a British actress. She's the guy from Jack Ryan. She's his wife. What's her name? She's like really cute, a really beautiful actress. She's British. But I don't know what the fuck. I can't remember her name now. As you can tell, I'm really clued up with what's going on in Hollywood. Yeah, Emily. Oh fuck. None of the characters in the Scooby-Doo gang are alive. Of Ul and you don't even have Scooby-Doo. Why would you watch this? True. Emily Blunt. Thank you. Yes, Angstrom. Emily Blunt. She actually said this perfectly. They asked her about scripts, and she said, "Well, I instantly throw away scripts that start with strong female lead. So if a script starts with the words, 'This is a strong female lead,' she doesn't want to play it. Because those scripts are boring, one-dimensional, the characters have no depth whatsoever. You know that your character's going to act badass, your character's going to have to be badass, all of the lines that your characters say will be badass. You see, because the problem is, these people are writing women as if they're men, but they're writing men badly. Just terribly. They're writing badass men as if every word that comes out of their mouth is badass. Let's take a movie with a guy that is arguably, like, if you want to start talking about alpha males, this guy probably, at least this character in this movie, fits that description pretty well. Rocky Balboa from the Rocky movies. Okay, alpha as fuck, right? He can beat literally, like, he beats up everyone. He has all of these incredible fucking fight scenes where he's beating the shit out of his opponents. But what does every single one of those movies have in common? Well, the character Rocky is actually not that alpha. If you look at his self-confidence, he has almost none. He spends how many hours and days and weeks trying to speak to his love interest in the movie. Oh, what's her name again? Oh, fuck. What's she called again? I literally just recently watched the Rocky movies again. Adrian. That's the one. He can't even ask Adrian out. He sort of goes out with Adrian after her brother sets them up. So he's actually kind of a pathetic character. He has very little self-confidence, and it's only when he fights, it's only when he gets into the ring and finally starts to believe in himself that he actually wins, right? And that he actually pushes himself to the max and discovers who he is. But all throughout the movie, the self-confidence isn't really fixed. It showcases itself throughout the movie that this is one of his weaknesses. In every single movie, he will first lose, actually badly, and then finally he will win. Like, something bad will always happen to him. And then when you watch any of the modern day movies with the strong female characters or whatever, they have none of that. There's literally no downside to that character at all. And even when bad things happen to the character, it's never their fault, right? It's always someone else's fault. They didn't do anything. Someone else fucked up, and this cost them a lot. But even in those situations, they usually come out looking absolutely rosy, perfect, and nothing's wrong with them. These people don't know how to write good characters because in their mind, the perfect woman is a man. And I don't know if you guys have even noticed this, but that's the thing with modern day feminists as well, just FYI. Modern day feminism has basically said that in order to be a proud, independent woman, you have to be a man. We can literally run through it. What is it that men are on average far more likely to like and do than women? On average. Well, men on average like sex a hell of a lot more than women. And I mean random hookups and random hookup culture, it tends to favor men. Porn. Men consume a hell of a lot more porn than what women do. Like a hell of a lot more porn than what women do. I believe that it's in the 90 percentile sort of split between men and women that consume porn. Prostitution. Men are far more likely to pay for sex than women are. Far more likely. And yet, modern day feminism tells women, hey, you should be allowed to sleep with as many guys as you want. The boys are over here going, fuck yeah, let's go, bro. You should be allowed to do porn. The boys are going, yeah, let's go. You should be allowed to be a prostitute and be proud of it. The boys are going, fuck yeah, let's go. Modern day feminists have effectively designed the fantasy world that men always thought they wanted. Now, of course, men doesn't really want that world because it's not really a fulfilling world, but it plays into the strengths that men have because according to modern day feminism, the height of female power is to be a man. And this is what all of these shows are about. They turn women into men. And it's so sad to see because the true power of a woman is that she isn't a man. That's her true fucking superpower. They are incredibly strong, incredibly resilient. I would say that women, on average, are probably far more resilient than men. If you think about when things get really tough and bad, men will hit out, right? A man will immediately get aggressive and sort of through force try to change his environment, right? He'd go to war in order not to suffer through this. Whereas a woman will take the suffering and still find ways of finding some measurement of happiness and peace, even within that suffering. And they can do this for decades. I mean, the women in the Soviet Union literally suffered through the Soviet Union for decades. You want to talk about true fucking strength? That's it. That's the shit that you should be focusing on. Not trying to turn women into men, because yeah, it doesn't work. It's like there's a lot to be proud of when you're a feminine fucking woman. That you don't need to be a man. The problem is just Hollywood doesn't seem to look at it like this. Childbirth is a very good example of that. Raduf, I don't think there's a man alive that would be able to exist through childbirth. I genuinely don't think so. I don't. I think we would die. And yet they have this innate ability. They will go through it not just once, multiple times. They will go through that. Yeah, I mean, we are different, and that's a good thing. The problem is, according to Hollywood, we aren't different, and women should be men.
It's hard to like her in any capacity. She is like the actual embodiment of just the worst character. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know if they're gonna like try and evolve her to be more
Kimmy, how you
likable as the
doing?
show goes on. It kind of like hints that that's the direction they're going, but that's still a stupid direction to take it. You took the Scooby-Doo IP and borrowed the characters' names, and you didn't even bring Scooby with you, which I actually think is for the best now. After watching the first two episodes, I'm glad they took Scooby behind the barn and put him down because he did not deserve this. This is a fate.
I'm not entirely sure, Parcelazo. I'm not sure which one of the hormones would control like the pain receptors and stuff. But I mean, women do have a much higher pain threshold than most men. Um they I mean, their strengths are different, right? They're stronger than men in certain ways, and men are stronger than women in certain ways. And this is sort of why um we've always said your better half, right? That's why we've also always spoken about your better half, because this other person is exactly the strengths where you have weaknesses and vice versa. And together you sort of form a unit that can take on the world. And now young women are being told, no, 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 you should be a strong, independent man. Right? You should live exactly like a man. Another thing that's really fucking wild is kinks. So we live in an age now where you're not allowed to kink shame. And women are told, through movies like 50 Shades and all that shit, women are being told, hey, kinks are incredible. But if we look at the bell curve, if we look at the actual distribution, kinks is sort of a male dominated thing. Men have far more kinks than what women have. And yet we tell women, hey, you should be okay with kinks. Don't kink shame. Try everything at least once. But the majority of average women don't want to try the kinks, right? And in the past, a man would have to put those kinks away. Like if he made a really good girl and she was everything that he wanted, too bad, bro. Like, put that shit in your pants. You're not doing half the shit that you dreamt about as a child. That's just not happening. She's not going to do that shit for you. And yet we've managed, I don't know where this happened, but men or some group of men managed to convince feminists that it's best if women become more like men.
Worse than death. So I'm happy he's not here to be absolutely fucking ruined here. But they took the character names, they have Velma here, and they've made her fucking insufferable. Why? It's not a fun character arc to follow this person become less insufferable as she learns to stop being a judgmental piece of shit. But the crazy thing is, I wouldn't even care about the direction they took Velma if they just made her entertaining. Like if she could just make me laugh. But she couldn't. I started sweating from how much I wasn't laughing. Like my body knew this was supposed to be a comedy going into it, but there wasn't any ha-has. Everything out of Velma's mouth is
terrible.
just rude. And almost everything she says is about a person's skin color or like their occupation or what they're going through, like hard.
See, the other thing with modern day lefties, man, everything is about skin color. Everything is about your class. Everything is about how much money you have. It is so fucking boring. And the reason it's boring, right? If you go to a normal person, so not a lefty, like a normal person, and you asked their opinion on something, you would most likely be genuinely surprised of the opinion that's shared with you. You wouldn't be able to guess the opinion until it was shared with you, because most people have varied opinions, right? You can meet two people from the same place and they will have very different opinions on how anything should work. And that's what keeps life interesting. Do yourself a favor. Go speak to anyone like on the far left and anyone on the far right. And I guarantee you, if you spoke to 10 people on the far left and 10 people on the far right, the answers on the far left would be exactly the same no matter what. It doesn't matter. You could ask them all, like, how should we deal with this? And they will all give you exactly the same answer. And then the same with the far right. How should we deal with this? They will all give you exactly the same answer. 9 times out of 10, the answer will be completely wrong. It will be bonkers as fuck. But there's no variation or deviation from the norm. All of them think like little robots, right? It's just an NPC from start to finish. It has predictable voice lines, predictable lines, predictable actions, and that's it. These people have no ability to think for themselves. None. They have their overlords, and their overlords are the ones that think on their behalf. I've seen that, and it's stunning because I live in a Spanish country, and the phrase is the same as in Germany, USA. Worldwide, bro. World fucking wide. The rhetoric does not change, no matter what, right? It doesn't matter which country you're in. If you meet someone on the left, they will use the exact same words and the exact same sentences worldwide. You may as well speak to a lefty in every other fucking country. The same with the right, though. Like, people on the far right do exactly the same thing. The thing is just they're not really as prevalent on social media, so you don't hear them as often. They're sort of in their caves doing caveman shit, I guess.
Hardships and shitting on them for it. She is just unlikable, like a character you can never root for in any capacity. It really feels like half the ideas they had for this show are just like the worst ideas you and your friends would have had 15 years ago. Like, what if Velma was dealing drugs? And then it's in the show. Yeah, there's like a whole big arc of her dealing drugs poorly. And then at the end of the second episode, her and Daphne start making out, even though they've just been shitting on each other the entire show so far. But then they start making out. So that's pretty hype, I guess. The whole thing with this show is I really feel like all of it was so lazily thrown together. There's clearly not a whole lot of passion behind it. And it really feels like there's a deep-seated hatred of the Scooby-Doo IP in general here with what they're doing to this thing. It's just bad. But if you are a tiny dick joke...
Well, it actually makes sense what he's saying there. There is a deep-seated hatred for the Scooby-Doo franchise. And there's a reason for it. These ideologically driven people look at Scooby-Doo and they go, right, where's the diversity? Why is there not a single black person in this entire show? This must be a racist show. We will force our ideology on it and we will make everyone diverse, right? We're going to make this the most diverse show on the planet. It doesn't come from a place of, I really love Scooby-Doo, and I would like to put forward the brilliance that was Scooby-Doo, because I don't care how old you are, go back and watch some of the episodes of Scooby-Doo. They're still good to this day. It's a fucking timeless classic. Right? It is. And it's a children's show, and it's still good to this day. Right? So it doesn't come from a place of love. It comes from a place of deconstruction, because all of these lefties have the same mindset because they come out of the same universities. And in these universities, they've been taught that... Oh, shit, I should show you guys this, right? I should show you guys this. It's a little confusing, but it'll make so much sense. I was watching this... I don't want to watch the whole thing. Here we go. We can watch this. Oh, shit, Zofia with the 5... community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get some hearts in chat? Thank you, Zofia. I really appreciate this. I want to show you guys this, right? So, Oxford Union, they asked the question, this house believes woke culture has gone too far. Now, this guy is James Lindsay. He is a mathematician, and this is actually brilliant. So, a few years ago, this guy actually made his name by infiltrating the woke academia. he co-wrote with two other guys a bunch of papers, scientific papers. The papers were absolutely filled with the most vitriolic bullshit. Like, none of the claims in those papers had any scientific backing whatsoever. Like, none. They made it all up. And then they sent the papers to, like, radical left-wing science journals and stuff, and all of them got accepted. They accepted them. They published the papers as if this is truth, right? And they peer-reviewed it, saying, yeah, this is exactly what's going on. And they basically came out a year and a half later, and they're like, so we made all of this up? There's no evidence to suggest that any of this is real, but you published it, right? You actually ran with it. You said, yeah, this is great science. We'll publish this. So that's how he made his name. But just listen to this, right?
So in light of the vote earlier, the first thing I'd like to say is that, not gonna lie, I seriously thought my first trip to Hogwarts was gonna be a lot more fun. Now that aside, let's get to this. With all due respect, thank you for the invitation, but this debate is absurd. It is absolutely absurd. It is what Habermas would refer to as a performative contradiction to hold this proposition that woke culture can go too far. Because to say that woke culture can go too far is to side with the status quo. To say that this is a matter of a debate in this House is to reinscribe the epistemic home terrain of the dominant culture and to do epistemic violence against members of marginalized groups who occupy marginalized knowledges. To platform in such an esteemed location in opposition to woke culture at all is, again, to reinscribe that violence. But furthermore, no. In fact, to interrupt someone speaking on behalf of social justice is, again, to reinscribe violence and do epistemic injustice to people who are fighting to end oppression. Let's take an example of an opponent to woke culture who's been...
So I want to be clear here. What you should know about James Lindsay is in all of these debates, he uses their vocabulary. He uses their science because that's what he is. He's a mathematician. He's basically read every single left-wing literature piece that you could ever find, right? He uses their own mentality to show them how fucking bonkers they are. Like, just how stupid they actually are. Like, the idea here, right, is that has woke culture gone too far? You will see in the next 8 minutes, right, you will see how woke culture cannot go too far. Because woke, as it exists, is to push back against the status quo. In other words, whatever is normal at the time is the status quo, it's oppressive and therefore should be destroyed. So, even if the woke lefties got everything they wanted, so from start to finish, they got the world they wanted, that world would then become the status quo, and therefore it would again become oppressive, and then you would need to fight that world in order to push it even further. So it is effectively set up as a moving goalpost that can never be stopped, because as soon as you stop, you've reached the status quo, and it means that people are once again being oppressed through the status quo. So it doesn't matter how far you go, you will never reach the end of it, because no matter how far you go, you're still only at the beginning of how far you could possibly go. That's the point that he's making here, and he's using their own science against them.
Been invited to this debate. Me. No. How in the world could I have been invited to this debate? Let's go through a hit list of some of my greatest hits. I'm famously known for being against woke culture. Turns out I was involved in the grievance studies affair a number of years ago, in which I revealed that woke scholarship is in fact fraudulent. I wrote a book in which I defined critical race theory as calling everything you wish to control racist until you control it. I'm at the center of identifying the sexualization of children through queer theory as groomer behavior. And while I was in London a couple of days ago, I might have visited Karl Marx's grave and danced on it.
Nice. I would do that too.
More than that, look at this dress code. Look how great we look. Don't we look great? I mean, I do. That said, what we're celebrating by clapping for this outfit is colonizer formal wear. And you laugh. You laugh. And it's fine for a virile, straight white male with considerable prowess, such as myself, to wear a black tie. But you have to think of the impact that it has on members of marginalized groups who cannot bring their full, authentic selves to a forum such as this to share their ideas. How is it possible that woke culture has gone too far, as this house holds, when it hasn't even come to this house? But as everybody so far has mentioned, if we're going to debate this, we must understand it. What does it mean to be woke? I read the literature. I draw my definition of wokeness, or woke, which, by the way, is cultural appropriation. I draw my definition of the term woke from the Brazilian Marxist educator, Paulo Freire, who says that the point of a thorough education is conscientization, the raising of a critical consciousness. As he phrases it, what that means is being able to recognize the structural reality of our lives. That means being able to recognize dehumanizing forms such as structural racism, sexism, cis-heteronormativity, ableism, oppression of all kinds. It also means, being able to be aware and recognize modes of what Freire called domestication, such as wearing colonizer formal wear and doing debates. Conscientization is the essence of woke, because it is the idea that you learn to see these things so that you can denounce these things, so that you can denounce them critically in order to announce the possibility of our liberation from them.
You see, the problem
is that woke.
The problem is it sounds good. I don't know if you guys have ever heard Hassan Piker. Like, he'll go on this tirade, right? A good example, actually, not even Hassan. He doesn't even sound that smart. But Vosh is actually a good example of this. If you listen to Vosh, right, and you listen to Vosh say things, it sounds incredibly smart, right? He uses big scientific words, and he really pulls out all of the scientific jargon. But it's just word vomit. Because when you start to drill down to the fundamental core principle of what the fuck he's talking about, you realize he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, what he's talking about isn't anything. It doesn't actually exist. It's not a principle through which the world can be governed in any way, shape, or form. It just sounds smart. And what's interesting to me, and this is why I so despise socialist Marxists, is in Russia, or actually not just in Russia, in every single socialist Marxist society, appearance was always far more important than substance. If you look at Russia, Russia would put on these grand displays of opulence, right? They would show the world just how great things are. East Germany is a great example of this. In East Germany, the Russians spent like the bulk of their budget went into East Germany in order to make East Germany look like this socialist paradise. However, they had to break up all of the windows overlooking the wall so that the people on their side wouldn't be able to see just how fucked they really are, right? Because it's all about optics. It's all about what does it look like? It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. It doesn't matter if things are horrible, as long as it looks good. That's all they really care about. It's the appearance of things. This is why things like Chernobyl was so fucking bad in the end. Because instead of immediately acknowledging that, oh shit, this is bad, we have to do something, they first tried to hide it. They first tried to ignore it. They tried to pretend like nothing has happened because they didn't want to be the laughing stock on the world stage. So it would be better to kill all of the people that live there and that live close to it, rather than just admit, oh shit, we've made an oopsie. We should probably reverse this immediately. That really is the problem with all of these socialist Marxists. It's about what it sounds like, not about what it actually achieves. Because there's no substance at the end of the day. If you go into the actual theories that they have and the actual solutions that they have, you realize that none of this is really workable. It just sounds good. And that's really the only thing that matters.
Pursues social justice. And if we look for a definition of social justice, I draw inspiration from a different definition.
Take care of yourselves,
given
Sophia.
by
Thank you
Karl
so much for
Marx
hanging
in
out.
1844.
And also, thank you for the gifted subs. I really appreciate that. You know, the redistribution of wealth here in the communist society that is known as the DJ Nation. We really appreciate when people redistribute their wealth. So I appreciate it.
He said that communism is often misunderstood. And then he went on to say, communism is the positive transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement. And I say that Karl Marx was a damned conservative because he was a privileged white European male who didn't recognize the forms of social and cultural property he benefited from, so he ignored those and focused only on material.
Van Onkerton, exactly. And then I will take the wealth that you redistribute to me, and I'll waste it, like every good government does, right? I will not be spending it frugally. I will also not be applying any sort of restriction on myself. I will make debt, and I'll expect you guys to pay for it, right? Because that's how it works in a nation. I make the debt, and you guys pay for it. Sounds good to me.
Property. Therefore, social justice is the necessary extension of this idea, the positive transcendence of all forms of private property, such that we end human self-estrangement. And social justice is the consummation of something called social equity, where Karl Marx believed in something called socialism that consummates to communism. We could define that as something like, I don't know, a administered political economy in which shares are adjusted so citizens are made equal. It just so happens that's the exact definition given in the public administration literature by George Frederickson for social equity. And we don't even bother to take real steps towards social equity. We turn to Ibram Kendi. What does he say it takes to achieve social equity? In How to Be an Anti-Racist, on page 19, he says the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination. And the only remedy to racist discrimination is anti-racist discrimination. But look what's happening right now in the Supreme Court of the United States. Harvard and UNC are being challenged on their anti-racist discrimination that points toward justice. We're trying to walk.
See, it's actually wild. So if you drill into the Harvard case, they started to discriminate against Asians because there were too many Asians in Harvard, which effectively means that Asian people are being punished for being too fucking smart. Like, dude, what the fuck? I thought getting into university was all about how smart you actually are, which means if you're the smartest, then you go to university. As simple as that. But no, because there are too many Asians and that doesn't fit their quota of what it should look like, they're just sort of saying to most Asians, no, you can actually not come because there's too many Asians already and we need more black people, we need more white people. Well, I don't think they give a fuck about the white people part, but they need to boost their other minorities. And this just leads to a lot of fucking Asian people that work incredibly hard in order to get in, not being able to get in because they don't fit the color that Harvard is looking for. You see, but my biggest problem with like affirmative action and all of this sort of the rhetoric around how do we fix past discrimination is it feels like we're creating an endless cycle of slapback. So right now we're in a cycle where we hate white people and therefore we discriminate against white people, and also it is legal to discriminate against white people. All right, no problem with that. But what happens if you've discriminated against white people for long enough? Eventually white people get back on top and now they do the same thing because they've been discriminated against. Now they will discriminate against. and then eventually the wheel turns again, and now there's being discrimination. No one is ever going to stop this endless cycle of hatred, because it can't stop, because we're just fueling it. More and more, we're fueling it. And my point is, we need to fucking stop. At some point, we have to say, okay, look, yes, history is bloody, and history was bad, right? And yeah, the way that black people were treated in America wasn't fucking good. But there's nothing we can do about it now. All we can do is ensure that you have the same opportunities as everyone else. That's it. We can't discriminate on your behalf, because that will lead to problems further down the line. And also, it doesn't seem to help you when we discriminate against you. And there's reasons for that. There's reasons why that kind of shit doesn't help in the long run. But to just go off on this, fuck white people, it's just going to lead to the wheel turning again. And then the white people going, yeah, fuck everyone else. And someone like myself sitting here going, what the fuck are we doing? Like, why are we just constantly making the wrong decisions, and no one wakes up and goes, yeah, this is not good. This is never going to stop. It's just going to continue forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And no one else seems to care.
Back our walk towards social equity. And why? It's not a surprise. We turn to Kendi again. We haven't taken the first meaningful step towards social equity. In 2019, for Politico, Kendi wrote, in the United States at least, if we wish to have social equity, that what we need is an anti-racist amendment to our Constitution that makes unconstitutional racial inequity. We don't have that. We haven't even tried. What would it do? He said, well, it will establish a federal bureau, a bureaucracy, a Department of Anti-Racism that would have absolute authority over all state, local, federal public policies, public figures, private entities, and their officials to make sure that racist ideas and racial inequities don't surface. And it would have punitive powers to make sure that they're adjusted should those things surface. We've taken no steps toward achieving this.
You see, I don't think that oppression does that. I don't think oppression moves power from the oppressor to the oppressed. Because what we see in the modern world isn't that the previously oppressed is getting more power. What we see is that the previously oppressed are effectively being turned into a permanent underclass. Into this class where they have to constantly be a victim and have to constantly act as if they are a victim. Which basically means that you can never stand up for yourself. You can never stand up, your shoulders up, broad-chested, and be like, yeah, I'm ready to face the world, because you are constantly told that you are a victim. The world is unfair, the world is against you, and you are a victim. You are not good enough, you are not strong enough, you are not white enough, whatever the fucking case might be. You're constantly told that you are not perfect, and therefore you are oppressed, and therefore I must fight for you. And that's always the funniest thing to me. Do you guys know who benefits from modern day, in current America, who benefits most from affirmative action? Take a fucking guess. Who do you think benefits most from affirmative action in America right now? Not politicians. It's even wilder than that. It's not politicians. White women. Yeah, white women benefit the most from affirmative action. It's because white women have found this, I don't know how the fuck they did it. It's genius, quite frankly. They went from being, if the lefties are to be believed, they went from being the oppressors, because remember, they were white too in this oppressed America. They were white too, right? So they benefited from all of the oppression that the white people apparently committed, right? They benefited from that. They lived in the beautiful homes, they drove the cars, they went to all the nice parties, they lived the fucking high life. And now they're sort of going, no, but we were oppressed too. Like, we were held back. And therefore, we should also benefit from this new age of giving back to the previously oppressed. Like, and not only should we should benefit more than anyone else from this. Like, bro, white bitches, man. They fuck.
Now, scholars of communism, since I've invoked Karl Marx, would recognize that this is a perfect reconception of a dictatorship of the anti-racists in parallel to the dictatorship of the proletariat that Marx and Lenin perfectly clearly understood is the only way to usher people to the positive transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement, aka communism. This is what woke pursues. And it's not just that woke has not gone too far, it's that it cannot go too far.
Exactly what I said.
And we look at Paulo Freire again. He says the point is conscientization. And what does conscientization lead to? A cultural revolution, he says. Have we had one? No. But then he warns us that after a cultural revolution, it's very likely that the new government will impose its values upon the new society. It will impose it. And so they will make them necessarily right-wing. He says that it threatens to make the new government sclerotic, bureaucratic, necrophiliac, death-loving. Everything it professes to be against. And he gives us a remedy to this problem. What Freire says is that once you have conscientization, once you have the cultural revolution, what you need is not less woke culture, but more woke culture. You need to conscientize further. You need deep.
We're watching James Lindsay in a debate at the Oxford Union, where this house believes woke culture has gone too far. And James Lindsay is explaining that woke culture cannot go too far. It's literally, because woke culture doesn't have an end goal. Like, woke does not have a goal towards which it works, because its goal inevitably becomes the new oppression and therefore has to be fought again. So it doesn't matter how far woke culture goes, it will always need to go further. There will always be another battle just beyond the next hill.
Deeper critical consciousness, you need to call out new forms of dehumanization, new modes of domestication. That's what you must do. So woke culture hasn't just not gone far enough. It cannot go far enough. We see this reflected in the queer theory literature. David Halperin and Saint Foucault wrote that the definition of queer should be that which resists all norms and social expectations. So we do praxis for queer theory.
Okay, listen to that. So, queer is everything that resists norms and practices of society. So, when society finally normalized homosexuality, and I don't care what anyone says, I would say for 95% of the world, homosexuality is very much normalized. I don't even care, right? If I see two guys walking side by side holding hands, I don't even look at it. It doesn't bother me. It's just like, oh, yeah, great. More people fucking in love. That's cool. When I see two women holding hands, same thing. Unless one of them is really hot, in which case I do look, but it's because she's hot. I don't mind the fact that she's there with another woman. Most people just no longer give a shit about gay people. You see, but the queer philosophy is that now that gay people, or being gay, has been accepted into society, it has now formed part of the norm of society, and therefore it has now also become the enemy of society. And this is why you now see, and this is actually quite funny, white gay men are also being discriminated against. Because in the endless pursuit of justice, you are gay, and that's true, you do suck cock, but you're also white, and you are also a man, and therefore you don't suck cock hard enough. So you sucking cock means nothing, because you are also a man and also white, and therefore fuck you. So white men are being discriminated against in that field. And then you have black men that's now also being discriminated against, because while yes, you are black and you are gay, you're still a man. And that means that you no longer count, right? And very soon, I imagine that even being black is going to be no longer that big of a deal. and they're instead going to start moving towards even more grotesque things. So, being black is too normal, and therefore black people are no longer victims. Someone else is now the victim, and then black women, like black women and black men, are off the list. They're now part of the white group, and that's too normal because, surprise, surprise, most people don't mind black people, right? Black people are also part of society and part of normal society. No one looks when they see a black person and goes, what? That's weird. Why is there a black person here? Like, no one does that. Like, no one gives a shit, right? So this shit will just never end. It's just a never-ending treadmill of coming up with new things. Bisexuals, obviously, right, will be sort of discriminated against more, specifically because you go both ways, and that is considered to be, your victim status is in peril there.
We do the work to try to bring awareness, empathy.
D-Rocker, funnily enough, you are correct, but also if you go to most Asian countries, and this is wild, you guys know all of this bullshit, right? All of this oppression and feminism and stuff. Most Asian countries don't have any of that. Like, it's fucking wild. You go to Japan, the women there don't give a shit about the whole feminist bullshit. They sexualize themselves. Like, it's not weird to walk through the streets of Tokyo and find a girl cosplaying just at random, right? Because fuck yeah, I'm hot. I'll show the world, and I like the fact that men look at me because I'm hot, right? And I'll just be whatever. Asians don't give a shit about this crap, right? Which is probably also why so many guys now tend to go for Asian women, because you have a reasonable opportunity to, or at least it's reasonable to assume that you're going to get a normal girlfriend, and not a girlfriend that sort of continuously accuses you of being an oppressor. Right? And you're just like, what the fuck is this? What is extremely weird is that ideology always targets kids. I don't know why. Recently in my country, one of the top universities published a paper justifying pedophilia. I'm not kidding. Pedophilia is becoming more and more accepted, especially in the fringe groups, which is just disgusting to me. I'm sorry. Am I saying that we should kill someone that have this psychological deviation? Of course not. Right? But this is also, I think, where things get sort of really weird, because the argument is that someone that suffers from pedophilia, because it is a mental disorder, right? You find children sexually attractive. That is a mental disorder, and you can't really do anything about it, right? When you have that mental disorder, that is a mental disorder that you have. But the truth is that the vast majority of pedophiles do not act on that. They know that what they feel is wrong, and therefore they suppress those feelings. They don't lead very successful lives, because usually that is obviously a thing that bothers you, right? And it's going to be something that's going to stick with you for the rest of your life, because this is a problem that you have. Now, the original argument was that those people should not be punished just for how they were born, and I'm fully in agreement there, right? You can't help how you were born. Something fucked up happened, and your brain just developed different. Sure, we should try and find ways to help you. But it's now sort of shifted to, no, but even acting upon it should not actually be a problem. It's like, whoa, what? Like, you've lost me. I'm sorry, no. If someone acts upon their sort of baser instincts and they do something to children, they should be thrown in jail or worse. I'm sorry, but you're not gaining any ground there. I can try and be lenient on many things, but when it comes to children, there's no leniency as far as I'm concerned. You do not fuck with kids. Like, that's the end of the fucking discussion. That's just literally the end of the discussion. That's where I draw the line. You do not fuck with kids. End of discussion.
To ways of being, ways of living under the LGBT umbrella, under the queer umbrella. And what we threaten to do is to make those things normal, to establish new norms, to establish new social expectations around those modes of being, modes of living, and those police people. So they must be queer. So queer theory cannot go too far. And that's just one aspect of woke culture. We heard from Ferrari woke culture cannot go too far. He says that the revolution must be perpetual. Otherwise, it becomes the status quo. So woke culture cannot possibly have gone too far or far enough.
See, many of people sort of go, yeah, but throughout history, children got married at the age of 12. Children got married at the age of 13. So here's a very interesting little tidbit on that. In the majority of cases, children didn't get married at 12 and 13. In the majority of cases, that's not when children got married. More importantly, a lot of the time when children did get married at that age, it was to some other child at that age. And in almost all cultures, when a man did marry a girl that was that young, they usually did not engage in sexual activity until she was much older. This is something that most of the academics will not tell you because it sort of blows their entire thing of humans have been like this for millions of years and this is just normal. No, it's not normal. I believe it's Japan that they had, like, for thousands of years. I believe it's actually still legal to this day. But in Japan, you could get married at the age of 12 or you could marry a 12-year-old. But no one ever speaks about the law after that. You weren't allowed to engage sexually with that child. You were just married to that child. And then I think when they turned 16 or something was when you were first allowed to actually have sexual relations with that person. So this whole, like, debate is just really wild and weird. Whenever people say, oh, but we always used to do this. No, we didn't. That's not how that worked. On top of that, those are very different circumstances. Look, the life expectancy of someone back in the day, you were expected to be dead by the age of 30 on average. That must be wild though, right? Imagine being dead or like old at the age of 30. Now you get to 30 and you're still like a spring chicken. Actually, you get to 50 and you're still actually very young. Like, we only really start going downhill after 60. Is when you can start to see, oh shit, okay, things are now rapidly sort of deteriorating. But up until the age of 60 even, you don't really look old, nor are you old, right? Which is wild considering how it used to be, right?
It cannot go too far. It's not possible. But that said, the point of woke culture is to make room for a socially just society. The only way to do that, under the understanding of woke, is to denounce the existing society until it no longer stands. But the existing society, hanging by a thread as it is, still exists. No. Woke culture cannot go too far. Therefore, woke culture has not gone far enough. And since I am a mathematician, may I have this pleasure? Quod erat demonstrandum. Thank you.
I don't know what the fuck that means, but anyways, I wanted to show you guys this because, if these guys win, we're in for a perpetual, never-ending battle against this shit.
Enthusiast, man, do I have some good news for you. You're gonna get a lot of bang out of your
King
buck.
Julian, I'm gonna,
a lot of mileage.
Yeah, I'm not gonna, that's not gonna happen, dude. What the fuck did you just write there, man? Let me just get, sorry about that, King Julian, but take a moment to think about what the fuck you just said, man. My brain just exploded from that statement. That's why I deleted it. Like, no, fuck that. Like, you can try to be provocative as much as you want, King Julian, but if you're gonna start saying fucking shit like that, just no.
From that, because there are so many jokes about Fred having a tiny penis, and every time it makes you just slap your knee with a big old smile on your face because it's so good. I'm also being a bit fast and loose with the definition of a joke here because they don't actually make jokes about Fred's small cock. They just say that he has a small cock often. There's not like a joke attached to it. They're just like, oh yeah, and then Fred has a small wiener. And that's it. Like, there's nothing more to it. It becomes like a plot point, like Fred has a small wiener, so he might have killed one of the girls because she might have seen his small penis. And that's the joke. After having watched the
Wow,
available
okay.
episodes, I once again have to wonder, who is this for? I just can't imagine any audience that would sit down and actually have a hoot and a holler watching this show. It
A
doesn't
what?
accomplish
A
anything.
hoot and a
It
holler?
doesn't make you laugh.
The fuck
It isn't
saying is that?
enjoyable. Doesn't have a good story. Doesn't have good writing or characters. There's no characters that you could even possibly like in the show. It's all just so flat, boring, and if it's not just boring, it's just infuriating to watch because it just keeps repeating the same.
It's a southern US saying, a hoot and a holler. Oh shit. That's brilliant, bro.
Fucking shit over and over again throughout 2 episodes. Like, I don't understand how they thought that was a good idea.
It's wild.
Even if you go into this a huge fan of that style of writing where it's like, well, this is the part in rom-coms where this happens. Oh, this reminds me of that rom-com where that happened. Even if you love that style of writing, they do it so much in here that by the end of it, I have to imagine you're going to hate it. It's just not good
Hootenanny.
at all. So
What's
Early
a
Bush Media is
hootenanny?
looking like a 10% here, but we'll see how the rest of the series goes. That's about it. See ya.
Yeah, Valma's gonna fail. Like, of course it's gonna fail. That's just the nature of things. A hootenanny is a get-together. Man, the South is wild. They're not gonna lie, the South is fucking wild. Like, you guys have the weirdest fucking sayings and shit. Like, everything's just weird. Like, for some reason, you all was far too long for you guys, and so you decided instead to go for y'all. Which, I mean, y'all, I don't know how much time you really save with that. My favorite is honky tonk. What's a honky tonk? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Isn't honky tonk like a song? I've heard it in country music before. You also might find hootin' and hollerin' in a whoosgo. I don't know what the hell that is either. Yeah, if I ever live in the South, I think I'm gonna be like it's gonna be weird. I've heard that Southern English is closest to the old pre-colonial English. No idea if that's true. I know, what's it called? It's like a type of slang. Like specifically, like black people in the South use this kind of. What's the English called? It's a specific type of English, which is like very like they replace a lot of the words with other words, but it's literally considered to be a dialect, like a proper language. Princess Melina, how you doing? Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. It could be a Ebonics, right? It could be. I'm not entirely sure, but it's a type of English that is specifically spoken by a lot of black people, I think, in the South. But if you listen to that English, it's very similar, except for like the accent, but it's incredibly close to like Northern in England. Like the Northerners speak a very similar sort of English. So it has to be that there was a massive amount of influence from the Brits on that side of America. I'm not sure if it's considered offensive or not. What's considered offensive? Where you all come from is from British. Is a smushed form of y'all. Y'all. I don't know if I've ever heard a British person say y'all though. Maybe there has been British people that have said y'all. Moni, do we have people in chat or?
We do.
They decided that it was a source of like online radicalization or extremism or something.
Yeah.
So like it enabled communications. It could enable simulation and training. It could enable money laundering. It could enable propaganda and influence, and it was a tool for recruitment. So they did this thing where they like broke down all these different games.
Yeah.
And MMORPGs were like the best for this. So.
Oh, sure. Okay, that's a tough conversation. Moni, who is next? I think that should go on the clip channel.
Kalnazar, pulling them up now.
All right, Kalnazar, how you doing? Okay, what conversation is this? Good and you, bro?
I'm doing good.
What's your question?
Do you believe that the Protodrakes were actually born in the elemental planes, or do you think they were born on Azeroth before the elemental planes?
Right? Whereas looking at it from everything starts with the Titan and therefore flows from the Titan. Fuck. Now I can't remember if I've already released this video or if I haven't. So 25 minutes. Just quickly see here, shall we? A 25-minute video. No, I don't think so. Okay, no, we haven't released that video yet. So we can do this video. But what do we call this video? The Titan. It explains it a lot better. At least in my opinion. What's your opinion on it, if I'm right? World was still forming layer by layer by layer around Azeroth. And, you know, there wouldn't have been necessarily elements yet. Because most likely there wasn't water yet. And most... Oh, Reduv, yeah. I mean, when it comes to the H.P. Lovecraft mythos, I would say probably have the biggest influence on World of Warcraft. Warhammer Fantasy... being the case that Warcraft was supposed to be Warhammer Fantasy, it makes sense that it would sort of be the underlying sort of force that drives much of World of Warcraft. I just don't know what to call this video, boys. I don't know what to call this video. It's about Protodrakes and where the Protodrakes came from. But... fuck. Okay, so... we need to find good words. Like power words to just to sort of... Azeroth wakes up, reality ends. Well, we think that, but that's never actually been confirmed. But considering that Azathoth, that's the theory around Azathoth, and Azathoth obviously is clearly where Azeroth comes from, I would say, yeah, most likely that is a decent theory to sort of start off or start from. The unexpected origins of the Protodrakes. I don't think that's gonna get... I don't think that's gonna be good, but let's try it. The unexpected origins of the Protodrakes. Yeah, 0. It has no fucking score. Fuck. Bro, like, what the fuck? How do you even title something like this? You don't believe this Protodrake origin? Van Honkerton? I don't know if that would work. Like, we could try it. But I'm pretty sure that wouldn't work. Let's try yours, see if it actually... like, where does it score? Oh, shit. 33%. How, though? What? Huh. Interesting. 33% is already pretty decent. Oh, shit, never mind. It goes down to 28 as soon as we fix the spelling mistake. So clearly this analyzer got that super wrong. We need to get to 40%. That's where you want to be. You want to get to 40%. It doesn't take exclamation marks into account. So you don't need them there because it literally doesn't mean anything as far as the headline analyzer is concerned. Oh shit, Princess, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fuck, boys. Okay, so we need a title that, or this provocative Proto Drake origin revealed. Tiger Shark, we can try it, but that just seems like it's a convoluted title, right? It's incredibly convoluted. And that might be a problem. Now what the fuck? Provocative. Thanks, been following for a while. Love watching your Warhammer journey. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I enjoy the Warhammer journey. Although right now we don't have like a lot of time, so I don't know how many reactions we're going to be able to get in. But hopefully... Oh, that's not bad, actually. Hopefully we can do at least one Warhammer video before my power goes out. I'm hoping. See, but it's intellectual and empathetic. Empathetic does not do well with the WoW crowd. I've tried a couple of different headlines now, and intellectual does really good with the WoW crowd. That's because most World of Warcraft viewers are very intelligent. At least my viewers are very intelligent. Some others maybe not. Empathetic, not so much. But I think that's because you're all degenerate scumbags. So you don't really feel empathy, which makes me very proud. Change revealed to exposed. Let's see if exposed would work. Origin exposed. Let's see, shall we? Nah. Just instantly, nope. Doesn't like that. Doesn't like that, bro. You made it worse. Oh, shit. 33% isn't too bad. It's decent. You want to get past 40%, because that's when you get mad views. But it's fucking hard. What if we kept it the provocative Proto-Drake origin revealed, right? Keep it as that. But then we go and maybe... See, but this is too much clickbait, because I don't think this discussion really is provocative. It might be. I don't know. If I told you provocative, what do you expect to hear? In the discussion, I mean. What do you expect to hear? No, this is a bad one. Bad. Questions do really well. So think in terms of questions, boys, because questions do really well. Where do Proto-Drakes really come from? You see, but this would be like, so you could say, You could do something like this, although I don't like this very much, but you could do something like this. You just have to find a better way of putting it. The provocative one just sort of bothers me a little because it feels like super clickbait. And I'm not happy when we do, like... C says, yeah, I have to do it, right? I have to do it. It's all about the clicks, man. It's all about the fucking clicks. Curious origins of Protodrakes. Let's try it. Like, you can sometimes go through... Like, I spent 2 hours the other day making a fucking title. You have to go through this list because these are power words, and power words draw emotion. They're proven to make people want to click. What if we did something like this? I don't know if it's going to work, but let's see. Unbelievable. Shit. What if we remove the explained bit? Doesn't really help. Unbelievable doesn't work there. Provocative origins of the Protodrakes, that gives us 16%. Fuck my life. Okay, we're just going down now. Where do Protodrakes really come from? Let's go to 68 when I checked. Are you for real? 68? 33. $28. You see, because Protodrakes is one word, for some reason scores higher than Protodrakes is just 2 words. Which is so wild. Why? Fuck. I want to finish this so that we can watch it, but I have to... Time me out before my comments. I wasn't thinking straight, and I never meant to offend anyone or come across as creepy. It was all meant to be just a joke. King Julian, I don't mind that you want to joke, but if you're going to joke about shit like that, of course I'm going to time you out. What you have to understand is, as the streamer, I am kept responsible for everything that you guys type. So if you type things and I do not take action, Twitch can come after me. So if you're going to type stupid shit, I'm going to time you out. Because why am I going to risk my entire career for a fucking joke that isn't funny? So, yeah, just think about that in the future when you do make a joke. If your joke is going to be, like, just clearly in bad taste, just know that I'm going to fucking remove it because I don't want to deal with that shit. Try the undiscovered secret origins of the Protodrakes unveiled. That's a mouthful. That seems like it's too much. See, it's just word vomit. Yeah, no. That's just too much. What about this? Come on, you bitch. Fuck. Is there a better, like, words that we can fit into it? The ultimate theory of the origins on the origins. On the origins of Protodrakes. Does this make any difference? 33%. Okay, so we're back up to 33%. Now we just need to get over 33% to that promised land of 40%, boys. That's it. We need to get to the promised land. Hudson Drow, how you doing, bro? What about adding reveal to the beginning of that? Might work. Boom! We're at 40%, boys, and it's intellectual. Good job, boys. Good fucking job, boys. We've done it. We've done it. I'm proud of you guys. Now, which video was that again? Was it this one? All right. It's weird, bro. Like that one word makes all the difference. An essay there? Shit. That would be next level. Although that would be proper clickbait. Because nowhere in the video do we discuss that. So that would probably not work as well as I would hope. Got 60 all in caps, in all caps. On this site, it got 60 when you did it in all caps. Revealed. The ultimate origins of the Protodrakes. The ultimate origins of the Protodrakes. Dude, I get 12.50. What are you talking about? Okay, let's see. Oh, fuck me. Can I spell? 0. Bro, you say all caps got you 60. You see, but I think that the problem is that you guys keep doing one word. No, but even with one word, I get 0. Like, what fucking site are you guys using? Because it feels like you guys are using the wrong site. You get 60. And I get 0. So someone is lying. Something's wrong. But it's fine. We've got a 40. It's good. All right. You're sending the image on Discord. I'm checking. DM or Caleb, are you DMing me or are you posting it in just the normal Discord? Just tell me where you're posting it. I'll have a look. Because I really want to see that shit. Maybe the post, right? I mean, there's so many things that can lower the score that it's actually kind of wild. All right, Moni, who is next?
Kalnazar, pulling him up now.
Next.
Kalnazar, pulling him up now.
All right. Kalnazar, how you doing? You can post it in general, it's fine. Like, just post it anywhere, it doesn't really matter. All right.
Now.
Kalnazar, how you doing?
Now.
Kalnazar, how you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Good on you, bro.
What's up?
Good on you, bro.
I'm doing good.
What's your question?
I'm doing good.
What's your question?
Do you believe?
What's your question?
Do you believe that the proto-drakes were actually born in the elemental planes?
Take care of
Or
yourselves,
do you think they
Zakimi.
were born
Thanks so
on
much for hanging
Azeroth
out.
before the elemental planes? They put up the prisons.
I'm not going to do this for the whole video. Don't worry, guys. I'm just sort of
They put up
fixing
the
the first
prisons.
30 seconds. So the problem with before, this is where the earliest days of a planet's formation. Just want to, like, I always want to fix the first 30 seconds or so, just so that, you know, we get into it as quick as possible. This is where the earliest days of a planet's formation makes little to no sense, right? Because we have no information on it. What came first? The planet or the elemental plane? Okay, now we can sort of get into, like, just normal shit. Oh, shit. I forgot. Blur. blurriness. And that goes to 60. And right at the end here. Are the elemental planes really outflows of the planet itself, of the Titan within the planet? Or is it just a natural phenomena of when planets, because the way... Alright, now we can sort of get rolling, boys. Now we can get rolling.
Of Azeroth herself, because her magic can adapt to Fel and so many other things. She absorbs it.
What are you guys doing, by the way, while I'm making a video? What are you guys busy with? Work? Lunch break now? Oh, nice. Having a shower, editing my UI on WoW, playing Vampire Survivor on Xbox Game Pass while listening to you. I just recently discovered League of Legends is on Game Pass, which is nuts. No, is that tier during Dawn of the Aspects, the aspects what? Alright, I feel like maybe just twice is fine. You don't need to have it like every 5 minutes. So let's go to the end here and just sort this out, right? How long is this video? 25 minutes.
Yep, you too, and having an awesome day.
Yeah, take care of yourself, fam. We'll delete that. So just fucking delete this. And then we want to go back about to year and put this. The fuck? That's wrong. We actually want to go back. To year. Okay, that should be fine. Gaussian blur. $60 and then okay, we're just about done. Sunwell, or at least the Blood Elves, had a similar concept, right? Of those that gave in and became completely mindless, so to speak. So it's going in the right place. Export. Okay, here we go. Where does Elune fit in? Because didn't they say in Shadowlands that Ysera is Elune's favorite pet? Yes. So the Winter Queen did say that Ysera is Elune's pet, but I don't think she was speaking about Ysera specifically, more so about the dragons as a whole, and that maybe Ysera is her favorite of all of the dragons. We know that Elune is connected to the dragons. How do we know this? Because when Kalik was made the aspect of the Blue Dragonflight after the fall of Malygos, Elune was present. So Elune was there when Kalek became an aspect. So we don't have any evidence of Elune being present before that, though, which is wild. Like, why? Why is there no Elune before, like, that moment? Because it's not said that Elune was present with the original aspects, but then again, a lot of what Elune did in the early days of World of Warcraft isn't known. We know that she had a part to play in the creation of the Dream, and that she helped A&R build the Dream. But it's possible that she had, like, even more hands and more pies at that time. The truth is, we don't know exactly what Elune is. That's the biggest issue. Because they sort of kind of told us in Shadowlands that Elune might be the sister of the Winter Queen. But this is also mostly just hinted at. It's not actually confirmed. It's just we have we have the Winter Queen claiming that Elune is her sister. But sister could mean a million different things. Because technically speaking, all of the Eternal Ones view their, like, the other Eternal Ones as brothers and sisters. So they view themselves as brothers and sisters, yet we now know in how they were made that they aren't brothers and sisters. They don't come from the same parents. They were created in the same factory, but that's hardly the same thing, because that would mean that they are brothers and sisters to everything else that factory made. Because if the only reason you're brother and sister is because you came out of the same factory, then that by extension means that everything that came out of that factory would be your brother and your sister, which means that's one hell of a family. It might just be, my theory on Elune is that Elune isn't the sister of the Winter Queen, not in the way that the Winter Queen thinks. What instead happened is the same with the Titans. Remember, the Titans arrive on Azeroth, and then suddenly they discover Elune. Elune is just there. And then Elune helps them with a bunch of things. They don't really know anything about Elune, nor do they view Elune as a Titan. They don't speak of Elune as one of them, just another person, or another being that they discovered there. The old gods, Xal'atath specifically, refers to Elune as an upstart goddess. In other words, not a full-blown goddess, but a goddess in the making, so to speak. Or maybe a goddess that just likes causing trouble. I think Elune was there when the Winter Queen and the others were made. And they simply assumed that Elune is one of them. Because what else would Elune be? You know, they were all created within Zereth Mortis. Now they find this being in the Shadowlands. And they're like, well, if we were all made inside Zereth Mortis, then clearly Elune was made inside Zereth Mortis as well. Because how would she be here otherwise? There can't be any other way. It's the most logical explanation for all of this. That's what I think. Now, I could be wrong, but that is my sort of theory on it. I feel like the current story is setting us up to learn the true origin of the dwarfs and half-giant races that end up becoming humans. Well, yeah, it's almost definitely going to dive into it at some point. So, like how you can call someone a brother in All But Blood. Yeah, that's another option, right? So brother and sister doesn't actually refer to actual bonds, but more just to aligned, kind of. So we're brothers in arms kind of thing. I can get behind that too. I think that's a fair analysis of it as well. I don't really have, like... I don't know if there's better... if there's a better explanation for it. At least not right now. Oh shit, Mr. Vice President, how you doing, bro? So Elune could just be a first one and no one would know. Well, yeah. If you are a first one, and you're perhaps one of the only of your kind left, wouldn't it be sort of preferable to pretend like you're just like everyone else? Instead of kind of saying, hey, you know, I am literally the one that created most of you, and you all come from me, which would immediately make it very difficult for you to observe the universe that you created. Because Elune definitely seems to be more on the side of observation rather than on the side of actual doing things. If you think about Elune and what she's actually done, we have about 3 examples of Elune throughout the history of World of Warcraft actively interfering in anything. Only 3. What does this look like when you put revealed at the end? Do we know? Have we tried this? I feel like we may have tried this and it did not go well. Still, 40%. Huh. Do you think revealed is better at the end or better at the beginning? Two board, technically yes. So it's SOE, and it's a site that helps you. So you have this list of, there's actually more. I need to download the actual PDF because there's like 401 words that you can use to create epic headlines. But basically you use the headline analyzer, so this one, to tell you whether or not like how good is the title that you have. Is it a good title or is it just sort of haphazard, right? Quite fast for my product. Two board, well, yeah, I mean, if all you're focused on is Google keywords because you want to sell things, that's a whole different discussion. With YouTube videos, it's kind of different because all you're trying to do is get people to click. Now, if I had a YouTube channel that focused specifically on trains, so the Clips channel is a good example of this, right? On the Clips channel, we try to keep up with trains. So if everyone's watching, you know, a certain type of reaction content, maybe we should be watching that reaction content as well, because right now there's a lot of interest in that reaction type of content. So, for example, when everyone was watching the trial of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, we should probably have gotten in on that. Now, I did not care enough about it to watch it right until the very end, just to sort of see how all of this plays out. But if I really cared about clicks, I would have watched the whole trial, the same as like Asmongold. Get in on the ground floor, make like 4 or 5 videos a day of all the trial stuff that you're seeing. And that would have been a good idea. But that's where Google Trends can be really cool. For YouTube titles, they're not necessarily that good. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put this at the end because it scores a 40 in both of them. But what's important to me is this reads like a better... this reads like a better sentence overall. Wasting point? Kenneth, what do you mean? And now we just need a thumbnail. One thumbnail, boys. I already have an idea. This is when, like, thumbnails are the fucking easiest and most fun to make. It's when you already have an idea of the thumbnail that you want to make. Hey, that shit just works so well. So well. I can make small changes to your emotes I don't have. Only for me, though. Oh, right. Yeah, kind of, yeah. You can do that. I think you can do it with points. I think points allow you to, like, add things to emotes and stuff like that. We should probably make... Oh, shit. I haven't shown you guys this yet, but this is merch. We're going to do merch soon. I want to show you guys what this looks like. It's going to be really cool. I can't show you the DJing stuff. It's a work in progress, so it's not finished yet. But DJ Nation merch coming. If you're a $50 subscriber on Patreon, you get this hoodie for free. Otherwise, it will be up on the shop. I don't know what they charge on the shop for hoodies, but I'm having you make one without the poster look. So just the outline of the girl here. So if you put this on like a black shirt, it just looks like the girl with the DJ Nation stuff. I think it looks really cool. What do you guys think? Redoof, the problem is without ultimate, this goes down fast. So if we go... The theory on the origins of Proto-Drakes revealed, and you go submit for analysis, how does it go up? What? It goes up. That's wild. What if you go know that and just theory on the origins? Oh, shit. We just got 50%, boys. It's fully intellectual. Theory on the origins of Proto-Drakes revealed. That's a 50% title right there. That is a good title. But now let's see how far can you take this before you lose. What if you just went origins of the Proto-Drakes revealed? Ah, so close. So close. No cigar though. Theory on the origins of Proto-Drakes revealed is the best that we're gonna go. That's 50%. That is good. Metalvan, that is true. Okay, so now we just need... Okay, so we have to work on this. Let's see. I think I have an idea. If we did this, right? Move her all the way over there. I'm not sure. At 30%, you can still see her, right? Like, you can see her just fine, no? Let's convert to a smart object. Let's go into filter, see if we can clean this up so you can really see her. Like, bring her out a bit. Bring her out a bit more. Basic. Change the temperature a little. Highlights. I don't know if highlights is even a good thing to take away. Although maybe making them a little lighter can work. No? Doesn't take into account on if a word is overused, because ultimate is used a lot. It doesn't even matter, really, if that's the point of this site. So they've done... I watched a couple of videos on this now. They've done multiple studies, and they basically do these studies every single year with, like, focus groups where they go through lists of words and they see how do people react to certain words in certain instances. And then they also analyze titles. So different titles that's put out and how do people click on those titles. And based on the titles and how people click on titles and what makes people more likely to click on titles, they're able to say, okay, so clearly people will click on titles if this, and this is true. So if you have these words are what they call power words, and power words, they're called power words because they elicit a specific type of emotional response from us. So if you use intellectual power words, for example, it immediately elicits curiosity. We're curious. We want to know. Whoa, what's that? So I think specifically for YouTube, like intellectual titles work perfect because it immediately sparks that curiosity where you're thinking, ooh, that's cool. I want to know what this is. Like, what exactly is this? Whereas for other sites, you'll obviously have other types that might do better. So, yeah, it doesn't seem as if it matters, like, how much you use something. Of course, don't use Ultimate in every single one. But for the most part, it doesn't seem like it matters too much. I don't know if I'm making this less visible or more visible or just nothing at all. It feels like I'm just fucking around at this point. Use Genesis instead of Origins. Would it go up because of all religious people might click? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, it could do, but not necessarily. Caliph, yeah, it's 100% free. I'll give you the site if you want them. So this is the power word one. That's the list of all the power words. If you click here, you can download the whole PDF. And then this is the headline analyzer. This is to analyze just how good is your, like, headline. Is it actually hitting all the right marks or is it not, you know? I don't know if I'm doing anything good here whatsoever. Let's see. So that's the... That's the thumbnail. What do you guys think? You can see that it's Razageth, right? It's not like Razageth is just sort of disappearing into the background there. I could probably do a video on that. Like, because whenever you watch these YouTube channels that try to make YouTubers better YouTubers, they never give you sites like this. Ever. What they usually do is they just sort of, you know, they just tell you, oh, you should really make a cool thumbnail and a cool title. And it's like, dude, how the fuck do you mean I should make a cool thumbnail and a cool title? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, this makes no sense. Whereas if they actually showed you a website like that, man, that would help tons. You know, it would really help explain things. Like, they come up with it at the top of their heads. Oh, yeah. So we got shared. It's one of the viewers. I can't remember his name now. If he comes into the channel, I'll know exactly who it is. But I can't remember the name, the username now. But one of our viewers that works for a very large company as their SOE expert, he shared these two sites with me. He was like, yeah, so this is what we use whenever we come up with names for things or adverts for things. This is what we use. It may have been Mythhammer, actually. Yeah, it may have been Mythhammer. This is exactly what they use. The entire industry uses these two pages in order to make up headlines, to come up with things for people to click on. I never knew about this. Grimfield, how you doing, fam? So now we need 2 or 3 words for the thumbnail. 2 or 3 words for the thumbnail. See, I was thinking Savage origin story. D-Rocker, we have about an hour and 20 minutes or so left before the power goes out. Maybe an hour and 30 minutes or so. I was thinking about savage. I like the word savage, but I don't know if savage really gives you... we can try, but I don't know if it's intellectual. You see, you have to go up to 20 words, and 20 words... I don't want to do 20 words. Yeah, but you don't want to give... you don't want to give anything away. Remember, the thumbnail is the advertisement. You should only put enough into a thumbnail that someone sees the thumbnail and goes, ooh, this looks interesting. What's this about? Then they read the title, and the title is the thing that sort of goes, whoa, okay, wait, I really need to know what this is. You don't want to give anything away. So Proto-Drake Origins revealed, that gives a lot away, right? Because it immediately tells me, oh, it's about the Proto-Drake Origins. I don't care about that, right? For someone that doesn't care. So some people that do care, they will click. But if someone doesn't care, they're not going to click on that. Why the fuck would they waste their time with that? So you kind of want to, you want to walk that line of this is good or this is not good. Just enough to leave them wanting more. That's basically the idea. Detailed, essential, meticulous, overcome, painstaking, practical, recreate, replicate, relentless, ultimate, master, perfect, super, create, step-by-step, best, truly, packed, extremely deep, better. Absolute. What if you did absolute savage origins? Because origins is also, or origin is also one of the words here. Man, it feels so... What's the word? It feels so dishonest doing this, because I've effectively become what I hate. I hate the idea that you prey on people's psychological blind spots, because this is literally what it is. You are preying on the base psychology of human beings. You're making a title and a thumbnail that is absolutely, to most people, unavoidable. Their brains will not let them avoid that title and thumbnail because you're playing on their psychology. And I hate that, because I hate that large companies do this to people and basically make it so that they can't. So, for example, a great example of this is, have you ever wondered why all of the chocolates and sweets are at the exit before you pay? Have you ever wondered? Why is it that whenever you go to pay, that's where all of the sweets and all of the chocolates and everything is just stacked up? Even though they have aisles where that stuff is as well, they'll have more of it, like literally as you're walking up to the till. It's simple. By the time you reach the end of the store, you are more likely to be ego depleted. It's what they call it. It's a psychological term. It basically means that you only have the ability to say no so many times before your ego depletes, and you no longer have the ability to say no. So you walk through the store and you see something, say you see pancakes, right? And you go, no, not today. I'm on a diet. So you keep walking. Then you see crisps or chips. And you go, oh shit, that looks so good. No, not today. I'm on a diet. And then maybe you keep going and you see some other snack and you go, no, not today. I'm on a diet. By the time you reach the tills, you've said no so many times that you are now physically incapable of saying no. So you go, oh, maybe just a little one, right? I'm on a diet, but I'll take a little chocolate. That's not going to be a problem. Because you have to give in eventually, and everything is set up this way. It's all done exactly on purpose. Doesn't work on me. I go to the choco aisle every single time anyways. It's always beef Jerry and Rice Krispie treats at the till, and I can't help myself. Well, yeah, right? So into every store, it's the same thing with why do almost all chain stores or massive stores, why do all of them have the fresh produce at the door when you walk in? Have you ever wondered about that? Because it preys on our primitive mind. Your primitive mind sees the greens and the fresh fruits and the vegetables, and you immediately think everything in here is healthy, everything in here is good, because to your brain, this is healthy, this is good. There's no problem, right? And then it taints your view of everything else in the store. Because if those things were healthy, everything else must be healthy, surely, right? And that's why it's there. It gives you this sense of renewal, this sense of nature, life. And it makes you want to be there, but it also destroys your ability to really think rationally about the things that you're about to buy. People with self-control aren't human. Mads, how you doing, bro? I think self-control is something that you learn, right? Like some people have it. My dad, for example, he's one of the only people I've ever known that could quit smoking on a whim. Like every single year we would go hunting, right? When I was younger, every year we would go hunting. And whenever we went on a hunting trip, my dad would buy cigarettes and he would start smoking. Every year, without fail. Every single year he smokes on the hunting trip. For a couple of reasons. Number one, he doesn't like smoking all the time, but he does love smoking. But also my mum hated smoking, and it was just a hassle for him to smoke at home because he constantly has to go outside, and then my mum complains about the smell, and it's just a mess. So it was easier to just, whenever we go hunting, it's only the boys, so it's good, right? And then as soon as we get back from the hunting trip, he quits. Just like that. Quits for the year. And next year he'll do the same thing. Buy another, like, carton of cigarettes and just smoke them on the hunting trip. I think the more you say no, or the more you practice self-control, the better you get at it. Albiwar, funny thing, nicotine isn't actually one of the hardest things to quit. That is actually the funniest thing ever. So the half-life for nicotine in your system. Now, I'm not talking about their ability to detect whether or not you smoke. That's a whole different discussion. But how long nicotine actually lasts in the body is an hour. It lasts in your body for an hour. That's it, right? So if you effectively go 2 hours without smoking, whatever you feel at that point is no longer addiction. It's not because you're addicted to it, because it's already out of your system. It's already left your system. Any marks that it could have had on your system is gone. The reason so many people smoke and so many people struggle to stop smoking, I think, is habit. It's not so much addiction, because there are addictions out there. Habit, on the other hand, doesn't have to be an addiction. It's just we are in a habit of smoke. Think about smokers. All smokers have habits. So, for example, you make your cup of coffee in the morning and then you have a cigarette with your cup of coffee. So the cigarette and the coffee becomes one thing. When you have coffee, you have to also have a cigarette. And then you'll have a cigarette after dinner. That becomes a thing. The dinner and the cigarette becomes one thing. So dinner doesn't feel complete until you've had your cigarette. Coffee doesn't feel complete until you've had your cigarette. Beer, when you go out, so go out on the weekends, you have cigarettes. I always used to say, whenever I tried to quit smoking, I would have to quit smoking, but then also not go out. Because what do you do with your other hand? So you're drinking a beer with this hand, but what's this hand doing? Right? The other hand is doing nothing if it's not holding a cigarette, right? So it's these little habits that you get so used to that it just effectively becomes impossible to quit. Yeah, habits addiction is the same thing in my opinion. No, it's not. It can't be the same. What are you talking about? If you're in the habit of washing the dishes after you cooked, that's not an addiction. That's just a habit. You've made it part of your life. You just automatically do the dishes after you've cooked. But it doesn't mean that you're going to start getting withdrawals when you've, not done it. It's just a habit. The thing with cigarettes is from the moment that you smoke, as soon as you're done smoking, because nicotine is such a quick actor, it acts immediately. So the second you put out the cigarette or the second you take your last drag, you immediately go into withdrawal. Because nicotine leaves the body, the bloodstream so quickly that it immediately goes into withdrawal. And this is why you usually immediately or shortly after that, you feel the need to have another cigarette. But if you can just hold out for like an hour, the nicotine's out and you can sort of, do your thing. 30 years, woke up one morning, had a joint and ran out of bud. Couldn't be bothered to go get more and haven't had a joint since. Jesus, nice. So I had a similar thing, I guess, with smoking. I literally, one morning, this was last year somewhere, I woke up, I made coffee, and I thought, okay, let's go have a cigarette now. And then I thought, no, wait, I have a lot of work to do. Let me first finish editing these videos. And then as soon as I'm done editing the videos, that's when I'll go for a smoke. Because then I can relax and actually enjoy my smoke. Because I was really rushed. I had 7 videos that needed to be edited. And, so it was kind of rough. And so I sat down, I edited the videos. Right after editing the videos, I go live. And we stream, and then evening comes, and I'm watching shit on my PC, and I'm just sort of chilling. And then I go to bed. I sleep. The next morning, I woke up. Same thing, right? Again, because of the stream, we had so many videos that needed to be edited. So I'm waking up. I'm going, fuck, I have a lot of work to do. I stand, I make my coffee. I'm like, okay, let's quickly have a cigarette, and then we can go work. And again, I'm like, fuck, I'll have a cigarette after the work. Let me just get this shit done so that I can actually relax and enjoy my cigarette. Same thing. Go the whole day with no smoking. And it wasn't until the 3rd day that I realized, wait, I haven't smoked for 2 full fucking days here. I guess I'm done smoking. And I haven't touched a cigarette. I went through no withdrawal. I didn't experience any sort of weird feelings around it. I didn't miss smoking. It was literally just on the 3rd day I went, all right, so I haven't smoked for 3 days. I guess I'm done smoking. And I haven't touched the cigarette since, and I haven't felt like touching a cigarette. Use e-cig? Yeah, but in the past, this has never worked for me, Van Onkerton. I mean, I've had my vape for years now, right? And I have always smoked while also, so the vape I always had as like my PC cigarette. When I'm on my PC, I will I'll vape because I don't want to smoke inside. But then I'll take breaks and I'll go smoke because the vape doesn't do it for me. Only this time the smoke went away. And no, Abor, I don't really have like a set nicotine that I smoke. So this is 5, but it's only because all of the other flavors they had in any of the other percentages wasn't fruity. And I only like fruity flavors. I don't like dessert flavors. And that's basically in the 3, the 2, the 0s. It was only dessert shit. And the dessert shit fucking... it makes me physically nauseous to smoke dessert flavors. And so I said, no, just give me this. But I smoke 5 milligrams, 6 milligram, 2 milligram, 0 milligram. Doesn't really matter. As long as it's fruity, I don't give a shit. Yabby, how you doing? Jake Reaper, how you doing, fam? We've been smoking the same thing, though, with both smoke comes up, so therefore no difference between smoking and vaping. I would argue that's just not true. South Africa does have a law out there that wants to ban it, but they're not going to be able to. Because all the guys are doing now, so basically what South Africa is doing is, you're not allowed to sell fruity flavors that has nicotine in them, right? So it has to be nicotine free if it's going to be fruity flavors. So what most of the vaping shops do now is they make the fruity flavors 0, and then you just buy Nick Salt, which is like a little bottle like this, 2 or 3 drops, easy, right? It's like 1 drop in this bottle, and it has 5 milligrams of nicotine in it. So you can just add nicotine. Niara, how you doing? As opposed to hundreds. Yeah, I would say that I know there's stories of people getting really sick from vape, but every single one of those stories that I've seen are from people making custom liquids. So I watched this video of a guy that got popcorn lung, right? And then they ask him, like they go through how this happened to him. And he basically took normal liquid like this, and then he added like a fuck ton of extra nicotine to really get that like hit from the, like he added 2 or 3 extra things to the liquid because he wants to get extra smoke, extra nicotine, like everything extra. And I'm pretty sure that will eventually do something to you because you're adding more chemicals that you don't know what the fuck they're doing. But the base shit, if you look at the base ingredients in most of this, so this one is flavoring, vegetable glycerin, propylene glycol, and nicotine. That's it. That's all that's in here. So get sick, but doesn't stop me. PG allergy isn't too bad. I just need to make sure I take medicine if allergy hits, and it isn't uncommon. What happens if you do get it? I always hate to see or touch cigarettes. I don't even like the smell of them. It felt yuck to me. I started smoking when I was 16 years old. So I was 14 years old, and I asked my dad if I could start smoking. I was 14 years old, right? Asked my dad if I could start smoking. He loses his shit. He's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course not. Although I must say the first cigarette I ever smoked, I was 7 years old. But that was with my dad, right? So my dad and my uncles, and they were hanging out at the barbecue and they were smoking. And I was like, yeah, I want to smoke too. This looks so cool. And so they went, yeah, okay, you can smoke. And they gave me a cigarette, and I got really sick, like really, really sick. And I didn't want to touch cigarettes again because I got really sick that night. And then when I turned 14, I came to my dad. I was like, dude, I want to start smoking. And he loses his shit. He's like, bro, you have asthma. You smoke, you die. It's as simple as that. Do not fucking start smoking. I'm like really upset, really angry, but fine. You know, I won't start smoking. And then when I turned 16, I I actually started smoking, but behind my parents' back because they wouldn't let me. So I started smoking, and I think I smoked like behind my mom's back for a month, and then she caught me. I remember walking into the house, and my mom just immediately went, "You smoked," and I was like, "What?" It's like, "Don't lie to me. You fucking smoked." I'm like, "Yeah, I did," and she lost her shit. She phoned my dad, and then my dad was actually really cool about it. He was just like, "Look, if you die, it's on you. But you know the risks. You know you have asthma. You shouldn't be smoking, but it's your choice." And I was like, "Yeah, bro. Cool." Using smoke. They don't use smoke, King Jun. What the fuck are you talking about? There's no smoke that comes out of this. It's vapor. It's not smoke. So if you blow out, King Julian, if you blow out the vapor that comes out of this onto your hand or something, you'll actually feel that your hand feels a little like almost wet, because it really is just vapor. It's just heated at an incredible heat so that it turns into vapor, and that's it. Town Portal Yabby Yabby isn't comparing vaping to the vaccine. Yabby Yabby was telling us that she has a PG, which is one of the ingredients in vape. She has an allergy to PG, and that she wasn't allowed to take the vaccine because people with that allergy can actually get really sick on the vaccine. So she wasn't comparing the two things to each other. She was literally just saying because of her allergy, she wasn't allowed to take the vaccine. There's nothing burning. It's just being roasted so hot the air carries it without sitting there smoldering. Vape means steaming. One time, one of my uncles told me to light a cigarette. I did light it and even mimic them putting it in my mouth. One hit, and I give it back, then proceed to brush the fuck out of my mouth. Like, I don't know how many times. I don't know. I loved the taste of cigarettes when I smoked. It's really, it is a good fucking feeling. The nicotine in vape just as bad as a cig, but nicotine isn't bad for you. Like, it's not the nicotine that does anything. From what we can tell, at least, nicotine is fairly harmless. It's actually present in a lot more things than you think. Some chocolates even have nicotine in it. Nicotine doesn't do anything. It doesn't give you cancer. It's literally just... It's just a byproduct. The things that's bad for you is the tar and stuff, right? That's what really fucks you up in a cigarette. It's the tar that gets into your lungs, and your lungs can't actually get it out of you. Like, your lungs can't clean itself from the tar and the shit that goes into it. But the nicotine itself is nothing. It means nothing. Your body works nicotine out of its system within like an hour, right? So nicotine enters the system within an hour. It's out of the system. So yeah, like, nicotine is nothing. But you guys are not helpful. I still don't have a fucking, like, words to put in the thumbnail here. And we're getting, like, off track here. I need to find words first, boys, before we can continue with this. What if we wait for something simple? What if we wait for, like... If we just went Deadly Origins. Or Deadly Origin. The only thing that could be problematic with Deadly Origin would be we already have a theory on the origins of Protodrakes revealed, which I don't know if you should use the same word twice. I'll be more. I'm not doing that. Mysterious creation could work. Not sure if that's... Should be someone else's thumbnail unrelated to our lore? No. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. What are some synonyms to origins? How the fuck do you synonym for origin? Beginning, start, origination, genesis, birth, dawning, dawn, emergence, inception, launch, deadly emergence. No. Birth could work. Oh, cinnamon bun is really good, no? Conception, cause, roots, root, spring, mainspring, wellhead, fountainhead, fountain, fount, head, seat, seed, germ. Derivation, provenance, provenience, wellspring. Pedigree, lineage. I almost want to say genealogy. Genealogy of protodrakes. See, but I don't want to make it too long either. See, not all of these words not all of these words will be power words. Shit launcher. You're suffering from analysis paralysis? Probably. But that happens with us because you're so desperately trying to find the right words that will get people to click that you oftentimes just run into this, like, just constantly round and round you go. You can't find the right thing and it doesn't make sense and nothing wants to make sense and What if you went birth? No. Creation. Creation of the Drakes. Fair, how you doing? Well, I love the fact that there's so many of you that just click on whatever video I put out. I love that. But the problem is I need to get to the fucks that don't click. Right? I have to convince them that this is worth clicking on. And that's usually like a giant screw up. Creation of the Drakes. See, but in this, Origin sounds better. Origin of the Drakes sounds a hell of a lot better than Creation of the Drakes, no? So make sure that I keep up on stuff. I appreciate that. Fair. Yeah, Origin definitely sounds more dope, but I already have Origin in the title. But then again, maybe it doesn't matter. Fuck. Origins of the Drakes. Then you may as well do See, if we're gonna do this, we may as well go. I'll show you guys in a minute what I'm thinking. So you put Drakes at the top, right? So you put it there. Make it nice and chunky. A nice chunk. Then you go Origins. Put that down. Drakes. No. Deadly. A little less chunky, but still chunky. And then Origins. Now you give them different colors. So yeah, you keep this one as is. But then Drakes can be... So what if we made Drakes white instead of... So what if we did that? Drakes, Deadly Origins. See, because that could work. And then you move it down here. And if you went to rasterize that perspective, give it a bit of a tint, turn it. There. What do you guys think? Grofall, how you doing, bro? You guys like it? It's hope people like it as much as you guys. I wish YouTube allowed A/B testing for creators. They do for some creators, but not for me. Which is super fucking sad, but, you know. At least the title is really good, right? The title is like a 44% title, so the title is popping. I just hope this thumbnail will pop as well, because it's gonna be so sad if the thumbnail doesn't pop. Should this be bigger? Or do you think it was fine the first time around? Buy some beer. You guys need anything? Van Honkerton. Nice. Do you think it was better small or better large? So this is when we go really small. I mean, if you look at the majority of my videos, there's rarely, if ever, something on the thumbnails there that shows that it's my video, right? Ballistic, how you doing, fam? All I need from the title is to make people interested in what the video might be about, right? It doesn't really need to speak to, like, it doesn't really need to tell people, oh, look at that. This is definitely an Accolon video. Like, that shit doesn't matter, I think, as much. With a certain style, you can usually tell if it's your video. I would hope that people look at my videos and they can immediately tell from the thumbnail, the style at least of the thumbnail, that this is my video. Because the style is almost always the same. We use this style quite often. Fuck it, let's just go with this. There's no point in, like, overthinking this. If it doesn't work, we'll figure out why it doesn't work later. I can always save this, you know. Just in case. So we'll save this, just to make sure. Certain styles. Yeah, hopefully my style shines through there. I went down the comments on your Tau video. You've made some crazy statements. What do you mean I've made some crazy statements? I didn't make any statements, did I? Like, what statements did I make? That's crazy. A Dreadnought can't take on 200 battle suits? That's crazy. How is that crazy? I noticed that some channels change the thumbnail after a day or two. Usually, if you see your video isn't doing that well, it's a good idea to look at it again, look at the title, look at the thumbnail, and change all of it, right? You don't just want to change the thumbnail, you want to change the thumbnail and the title to something that might better suit it to some extent. fall to their knees and able to fight. How you doing, Apocalypse? I hope it smells good because I can't smell it. Just this is there, not that powerful. Where did the proto-drakes of World of Warcraft come from? Oh shit. Why have you been lurking, bro? Prior to World of Warcraft Dragonflight, we thought all proto-drakes to be near extinction. Incarnates of the Dragon Isles and all right, I think I've hit all the important words. Goblin Spore, how you doing, bro? Primer, Tau battle suits are made of paper mache. Isn't, like, from what I can tell from that video at least, the Tau's, like, the Tau's battle suits are quite fucking advanced. Oh, Akko, by the way, I found your doppelganger watching Vikings Valhalla. Really? Who's that? Jesus. Do you guys see what happens when you let Google decide where to put the ads? Like, just feast your eyes on the level of ad placements that YouTube thinks this is a good idea. Let's put all these ads into the video. People will not riot at all. Oh, that's probably better. Fuck, we'll go with that instead. Olaf Haraldsson. Wait, you think this is my doppelganger? What the fuck, bro? I don't think I look like this guy. I don't think I look like that guy, but maybe I do. Who knows? I don't know. Like, you obviously don't look at yourself in that way, because the way you see yourself is very different to the way other people would see you. So I don't know. You guys would have to tell me that. Have you heard of Nirusama, a full AI VTuber? No, Grimfield, I have not. What do you mean show you? There you go. You've seen it, right? I don't think I look like this guy. The thing I, like, do you guys like Vikings Valhalla? She got banned? Of course. You can't have, like, VTubers, full AI VTubers, because... yeah, it's just going to be... I mean, how could you compete? They could stream 24 hours a day, effectively. I'm not that big of a fan of Vikings Valhalla. I was a really big fan of the original, but mainly because of Ragnar Lothbrok. I mean, Ragnar, the guy who plays Ragnar is just probably one of the best actors I have ever seen. Like, his portrayal of Ragnar Lothbrok was insane. And I don't find any other character at least in the Viking universe for Vikings Valhalla that does the same thing. They were running on fumes after him. Yeah, it really felt like they were just trying to like get the show to be popular again. But without Ragnar, the show was just never going to be popular. Yeah, or Lothar from the WoW movies, yeah. Ragnar carried it pretty hard, but I also enjoyed Ivar. Ivar is fine, I guess. And then, of course, yes, that's also true, Cesius. That's another thing. At least in the first one, they had Lagertha. And I mean, Lagertha was hot as fuck. Like, she made every guy wish that they were a Viking. Right? Whereas in the new Vikings Valhalla, I've not seen a single woman that I'm like, oh my god, she's really hot. Except for maybe the Queen. Although I can't remember now. But I think maybe the Queen was kind of okay-ish. Not super hot, but okay-ish. And that really spoiled the show for me. Yeah, Lagertha really is every guy's dream goal. Like, that's so true, bro. So fucking true. Is Valhalla the continuation or something? So Valhalla takes place about 200 years after the events of Ragnar Lothbrok, although, I mean, the show really screws up the history of the Vikings quite heavily, because, so for example, all the things that Ragnar did in Vikings, these things took place over multiple hundreds of years for the Vikings. So, for example, there is no way that a single Viking would have been alive for the invasion of England as well as the invasion of France. Just absolutely impossible, because it took like multiple decades between the two events for that to actually transpire. So anyone that was part of the initial raid on England would have been dead by the time the raids on France started. But they used Ragnar to kind of tell the story of Vikings immemorial. And I understand why, because Ragnar, the existence of Ragnar is heavily disputed by historians, because there are some historical evidence that Ragnar may have lived. But Ragnar was never actually a king of the Vikings. And some of the stories say that Ragnar was this great warlord, war hero, and that the sons of Ragnar were the ones that basically plagued England. But then if you look at the actual historical records from the English side, it doesn't say that all of those people that raided the English were of the same family, or even happened at the same time. So Ivar the Boneless is an actual character in history, and it's rumored that he may have been the son of Ragnar, but he isn't the son of Ragnar, right? Not at least according to what we see. So, yeah, they sort of use Ragnar, this historical mythological being, to kind of tell the story, which is really cool. But Valhalla takes place 200 years after that, and it tells the story of how the Viking era came to an end. So basically, in Vikings Valhalla, a lot of the Vikings have already become Christian, and you have this massive war between the Christian Vikings and the pagan Vikings, where the Christians are basically burning the pagans at the stake, killing entire villages of the pagans. There's this massive incursion of Christianity into the Viking thing, sort of. To the note, the more fair-haired Vikings, this then developed into the common surname Ragnarsson, as it was a tribal name used with racist connotations at the time. Nice. King Canute showed promise, but kind of fell off. waiting till it's finished. Made Ragnar a historical linchpin to tie in all the other stories. Yeah, pretty much. I was also annoyed at the part where Ragnar was tripping balls the entire time. Like, come on, become a badass again, but he never did. Complete blue balls. True. And I with the bonus in real world took some lands in Ireland, not England. Yeah, they sort of screw around with that as well, right? The one thing that is true, though, is the Vikings basically kind of almost brought the English to their fucking knees, bro. The English kings eventually had no answer to what the Vikings were doing, because the Vikings were fighting a war that the English weren't used to, because prior to that, there was the whole gentleman's engagement agreement, right? So if you're gonna go to war, my army's on this side, your army's on that side, and like gentlemen, we engage each other, right? We can flank, but it needs to start as a sort of, let's go. Oh, fuck. Are we back online? Is it back? All right, we're back. Okay, cool. I don't know what the hell happened there, but it's going down again. It is, like, the internet seems a bit shotty at the moment, so just give it a minute. Velena? Yes, I did move again. Okay, so just guys, yeah, the internet seems to be going up and down at the minute. I'm not entirely sure why. But yeah, as I was saying, the Vikings caused the English a tremendous amount of trouble. This is the one thing we know for a fact. The English didn't know how to deal with the Vikings, because the Vikings were fighting a kind of war that the English never fought before. Also, another kind of interesting thing, they weren't even the English at that time, right? Because England was still divided into multiple kingdoms. So it wasn't like England was a country. England was just a country, and then within that country you had multiple different kingdoms. But none of the kingdoms knew how to deal with the Vikings. Because they were just nuts. They didn't fight according to gentlemen's agreements. They were just bar brawling? Exactly, Apocalypse. That's what I was saying before the internet interrupted me. So the English had this whole thing, not just the English, actually the Europeans as well. Like, let's say the Western world, or at least the civilized world, because the Vikings were not considered civilized. But there was this idea of gentleman's agreement, right? So there's a gentleman's war. There's a gentleman's way of fighting a war. In other words, your army's on that side, my army's on this side, and we lay down the rules of engagement, so to speak, and then we fight. Easy life. The Vikings were more of a hit and run kind of people, so they just attack whatever the fuck they see, and they just do it for fun, just let's go. Midday, because you just got up. Anglo-Saxon is after Viking invasions. I believe Saxons are Vikings, English makes. True. I don't know about anything you're talking about, Echo, because I have never watched the show's Viking, ever. You don't need to have watched the show. Do you know anything about history, King Julian? Because this is kind of important history. This is literally the building blocks of what would become one of the greatest empires the world has ever seen. Finally, a good battle. Also, the English got axed. King Egbert was another great actor from the original. Oh, yeah. King Egbert was actually really good. Vikings were raiding long before WoW. True. Yeah, if you know about history, you'll know at least something about the Vikings. They were kind of important. The other thing the show kind of gets wrong is it made Ragnar kind of Norwegian or Swedish, even though it seems like he's more Norwegian. But the actual sort of stories about Ragnar, he's Danish. And also, it was Danish Vikings that were the ones that basically fucked the English. It wasn't Norwegian Vikings. The Danish Vikings were the most successful of all the Vikings. So the show really took like massive leaps in order to link things together. So orcs of our timeline, they were fighting the good fight. Doesn't matter who the opponent was. Dude, I've watched so many documentaries on the Vikings, and they would do things like they had, apparently, this is according to like historical like historians and historical records and stuff, they had these mushrooms that they would eat before battle that would basically just make them fucking nuts, right? T.S. Pangs, you bastard, with the 10 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some hot in chat. Thank you, sir. It's very kind of you. Very, very kind. And yeah, they would basically just turn themselves into monsters. Because fuck it, right? War is good. Just war. They were the original war guys. Let's just do war, man. That shit's just super wild to me. Some Finland saga? What's that? Is a thing Dane Ragnarsson, who decided that most of Yorkshire and the Midlands were his now? Yeah, the French one, dude, one of the greatest scenes in Vikings is after they take France. And they devised this plan where Ragnar was carried in, in a coffin, he's dead. And then they finally open the gates for all the Vikings to go in. And you just see Bjorn Ironside. And he literally stands in front of those gates. All the Vikings behind him, Ragnar fucked on the ground. Like almost dead, or probably dead at that point, kinda. And you just see Bjorn going. Just those Vikings streaming into Paris, bro. Just like, let's go, fam. When your load shedding ends, you mean in general or today, King Julian? Because if you're asking me in general, how the fuck am I supposed to answer that, man? Like, load shedding will not end. Just won't. Like Vikings, Dan Carlin just uploaded a new hardcore history on YouTube, all about the Vikings. Way too long to react to, though. Oh, man. Chang, how you doing? I love Viking shit. Badass moment is when they carry the fucking ships through the mountains to assault them from the other side. Yeah, the Vikings would just... Bro, they did not let something as small as logistics stand in their way of a good fight, right? Like, if the logistics wasn't great for a fight on this side, it was perfect for a fight on the other side, right? Like, they'll find a place to fight. As long as they can fight, that's all that matters. Any certain reactions planned today? Minor or not really. We had a couple of conversations, so you can definitely scrub this stream for, like, massive conversation. It's good you're here, Minor. I need to ask you, are you going to upload the video about South Africa and Eskom and stuff, or should I send the video to you? Have you already started editing it? The conversation about South Africa and Eskom and, politics and shit. Because I did record that video, but I'm not sure if you already have it, so I didn't want to just, like, send it if I don't have to. 40k orc science subreddit, literally a Reddit full of orc boys screaming at each other. Fucking hell. Yeah, the one from yesterday, Minor. So the one from the other day, the reason I think it's important to start focusing on this is I did not realize just how hungry South Africans are for someone to say something. I genuinely didn't realize it. It's actually kind of wild to me. Like, just look at this video. Here's the video about South Africa, right? It's already... Remember yesterday, I showed you guys and it was like on 42k views? It's on 51k views now. It's just popping the fuck off, bro. It's nuts. So yeah, we could probably start doing a few more South African videos. Like I wouldn't say you don't have to make everything South African, but because I have a lot of things to say about South Africa. Like a lot of things to say about South Africa. So I'll probably do like a portion every stream on South Africa and the South African political situation. Maybe, who knows, in a couple of months from now, we're just South African political pundits here. So all of you guys come from America and all over just to hear me talk smack about South Africa. I will become the Ben Shapiro of South Africa. How does that sound? Like, I'm going to start the Daily Fuck Up website. And it's literally just going to be a website that people can subscribe to so they can see how fucked up South Africa is. Yeah. Although, you know what's really cool about this video? There's quite a few comments on this video from people going, I really enjoyed your video, but you swear way too much. Can you please tone down the swearing? And I'm like, it's clear that they have never seen a proper South Africa, like Aklon video. I barely swore in that video. Like, I swore maybe like, let's say there's maybe 10 fucks in that video. Like, if they've seen some of the proper videos we make, they probably would have understood this was mild, considering what we usually do. Subscribe, like 420, 69, whatever currency. I could do that in Rand. That would be cheap as shit for the rest of you. Wait, from Asmongold from Walmart to Ben Shapiro from Target? Yeah, why not, Grimfield? Very South African, out anything? Yeah, there's a few fucking people that don't like the swearing. That's just really upset. There's also quite a few racist comments there, which annoy the fuck out of me. Because, like I told you guys, like, this is genuinely what I said yesterday. This country is so fucking charged, bro, that everything that goes wrong, the races of this country find a reason to blame all of the other races for it. So something goes wrong, all the black people blame all the white people, all the white people blame all the black people. And no one, not a single fucking person, wakes up and goes, you know what? Maybe all of us are getting equally fucked? Because if you think the ANC represents all black people and stuff, you're off your fucking nut. You're completely nuts. The ANC, and this we know for a fact, right? The ANC maybe represents about 13% of black people in South Africa. How do we know this? In the last election, only about 26% of South Africans actually voted in the election. Of all voting abled and aged people in South Africa, people that are registered, it doesn't even count the people like me that isn't even registered to vote. Of all the people that are registered to vote, only 26% of people actually voted, and the ANC didn't even get 50% of the vote. They didn't even get 50% of the vote. So the black people are not represented by the ANC. So when you say racist bullshit about how it's their fault, you're a fucking moron, because the majority of black people have already realized, yeah, the ANC's full of shit. They're not actually doing the things that I want them to do. They're not actually running the country the way that I wanted to do it. But you're not helping. Like, if you're a racist piece of shit, you're not helping. Because all you're doing is that black person that is on the fence, that's going, you know what, maybe I should vote for the DA or, you know, whatever other fucking party. They see comments like yours and they go, oh shit, maybe the white people do want to reinstate apartheid. Because one fuckhead just decided to be a racist piece of shit. So you're not helping anyone. It's one of the things that we struggled with for the longest fucking time in this country, was trying to convince the average black voter that no, if a white person were to get back into power in South Africa, apartheid isn't coming back. The majority of white people don't want apartheid back. We see the evils that it was and that it is, and we don't want it back. We want a country that isn't based on race, but rather based on the contents of your character. This is what we want. But then assholes like you write bullshit that no one else believes in, by the way, and that just puts us back, because the black guy that may have voted for the DA goes, nah fam, fucking no, these white people clearly just all racist. And then of course, if you are a black person and you see comments like that, please know that the majority of white people do not endorse those fucking comments. We don't care about those comments. We don't believe that these people know what the fuck's going on. It's sad but true. There's racists on all sides, and we can't do anything about it. Black South Africa has at least 12% of them that are super racist. These are all the ones that vote for the EFF. These are the ones that despise and hate white people and would like to kill them, given the option. I do not blame the whole black race of South Africa for the EFF. Those 12%, stupid as fuck. It's their fault. It has nothing to do with their skin color. It has to do with the fact that they're voting for a maniac that's going to cause a lot of harm in this country. I do not think that it's the 88% that's left's fault. So please do not blame the majority of us that do not fucking fall into that category of retards saying bullshit. Fun fact, race is not a hive mind. Yep. So true. It's your fault. Yes, you. Racist fuck watching the stream right now. Fuck you. Jesus. I'm a firm believer that every fifth person is an idiot, racist or otherwise. Idiot, yes. Racism, I actually think very few people are racist, if I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it is as prevalent as people want to make it out to be. I mean, I'm not denying that there are racists. Of course there are. And that's always going to exist. I don't think there's anything that you will ever be able to do that will just eliminate racism. Because racism is sort of one of those things that people just... Like, some people just have bad ideas, and there's nothing you can do about it. They're just not educated enough to understand these are stupid ideas, right? That being said, though, as long as it's not the majority, I think you're fine. And I think you can deal with the elements of racism that may exist in very small minority groups throughout any country, including the world. What is this? What is this, Theseus?
Hello, Mama and Papa. When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut. I will scale fears.
What?
Hello, Mama and Papa. When I grow up, I want to be an astronaut. I will scale fears.
That young kid literally just said he wants to be a criminal when he grows up. Literally what he said. I want to be a criminal. I want to be a thief, actually. Yeah, just like that, bro. He's like, yeah, fuck it. You have the one kid that's going, I want to be an astronaut. All right, good goal, bro. Work towards it. The other kid's going, yeah, I want to be a criminal. Oh, shit. Yeah. I mean, hey, if that is your goal, go for it with everything in your heart. You have to be really good. But, hey, if that really is what you want to be, then I'm behind you. Alcatraz, 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. I'm not a fan of Trevor Noah, but I do enjoy his bit on racism in New York. He grew up with certain words not meaning what they do here. So when he got called it on the street, he slapped back with the same thing. Racism does not follow logic in this era. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Trevor Noah Apocalypse. My reasons for not liking Trevor Noah is this motherfucker, right, comes from South Africa, where he had a very decent career as a comedian. And he wasn't funny, but he wasn't terrible either. I would say he was probably like top 4, top 5 of South African comedians, but he was fine, right? He gets to America. Now, keep in mind that this motherfucker gets millions of dollars. He reaches the top of what one could consider American, like, daytime or at least talk TV. Yeah? Like, the tippity top. This is the highest you can go. And then the cunt turns around and starts complaining about racism and oppression and how the world is so unfair. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, first and foremost, you are from South Africa. You don't know jack shit about America. You don't have an opinion. You shouldn't have an opinion. What the fuck are you talking about? Just because your skin color is black doesn't make you African American. You're just African, fam. So shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop telling the Americans what they should and should not do. It's not your country. It has nothing to do with you. The Americans can do whatever the fuck they want. And also, need I remind you, you are making bank in this, what you claim to be, super racist country. If the country was as racist as you claimed, you wouldn't be making bank. You wouldn't be owning one of the most expensive penthouse apartments in New York fucking ever. That would just not happen. If it was such a racist country as you claim it to be, then this wouldn't happen. I'm still sort of perplexed over people that say America's the most racist country in the world. And then you look at the president and you go, well, how did Barack Obama become the president? If America is this super racist country, that wouldn't happen. It just wouldn't. The fact that that happened suggests to you that racism is probably not that huge in America. I'm not saying there isn't racism, but it's definitely not as big as you guys want to pretend it to be. Because if it was this incredibly racist country where like half the country or even more than half of the country are just blind raging KKK members, then a guy like Barack Obama would never have won the election. Ever have won the election. But apparently all the racists were on fucking holiday when Barack Obama ran for president twice. On that day, they couldn't be bothered to go vote. Right? They were there. They were living in America. They were all there. They were attending their fucking clan meetings and everything. But on the day of voting, they were just like, nah, never mind, bro. I'm not going to vote, you know. Let's have the black man be the president. If they were truly racist, that would not be their stance. So the fact that he was the president for 2 terms, by the way, suggests that, nah, maybe it wasn't as big of a deal as people are making it out to be. Again, not saying that it doesn't exist. Of course it exists. But in very small, minor pockets, you will find stupid fucks that are just stupidly racist. Just stop mentioning race in any context. That's how you defeat racism. Not white people or black people, just people. I love that goblin spore. If more people could just fucking think that way. It was just a clever ruse by the racist majority to elect Obama to hide the racism. Yeah, they were just pretending. True. Fucking true, bro. They didn't want people to know how racist they were, so they just elected a black guy. Because that's how you hide it, right? Like, these fucks care. You think, like, a skinhead actually gives a shit? No, of course they don't. They're stupid.
My fellow South Africans, as you may know, the Democratic Alliance is organising a major protest against load shedding and unaffordable electricity price increases. This will take place at Lutuli House, the ANC's headquarters in Johannesburg, on Wednesday, the 25th of January. If you live in or around Gauteng, I urge you to join us next Wednesday for the Power to the People protest. On behalf of the
DA are a bunch of pussies, bro. Like, just absolute pussies. So, they're going to do a protest, right, to the Lutuli House. And what's going to change? What's going to happen? Nothing. You want to know why nothing is happening in South Africa? You want to know why our ministers and our president doesn't actually give a fuck about load shedding? because they don't have it. Yeah, for those of you that didn't know, the ministers and the president do not get load shedding because according to our own government, which of course they are, and therefore they make the rules, they have to be available 24/7 to serve the public. They can't be hindered by things like load shedding. The rest of us, we don't have jobs, we don't really need electricity 24 hours a day, but they really need it because they have to serve us. Even though every single time they serve us, we get fucked, but never mind, that's a different discussion. It's never going to change because they do not suffer the consequences of their own ineptitudes. There's so much that I want to say about this. Before we even go, let's just pull up a map of South Africa and let me explain to you what I think is going on here, right? Because I think a lot of people are stupid and don't seem to understand this. So you have South Africa, right? Let's open this in a new tab so that it's nice and big. All right, this is South Africa. Now, South Africa is currently on a massive push for renewable energy. This, of course, was sparked for the first time by Mr. Ramaphosa, the current president of South Africa. The reason I believe that this was sparked by Mr. Ramaphosa is because of global interests. The leaders of the World Economic Forum, as well as America and Europe, have this giant thing of keeping Africa as third world nations. Let me explain why. You cannot, and I want to stress this, you cannot run a developed economy on renewables. It's funny to me that now that Germany and the rest of Europe is actually suffering from energy problems, they're reopening their coal mines. They're reopening their coal plants. Suddenly, the whole of Europe is going, oh shit, we need electricity, let's go for coal because we actually have that. And that works for us, right? Because our solar panels haven't worked. That's Germany's problem, by the way. They went full renewable, prices have gone up 5x, and they don't have enough electricity to provide to the country because renewables are fucking stupid. It doesn't work. It's great at small scale. You can provide to a lot of homes a lot of electricity through renewable. If you want to start running mines and smelters and big manufacturing plants, it will not work. Because guess what? It's as simple as this. The sun does not shine in the evening and the wind doesn't always blow, which means you're fucked when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. What the hell are you supposed to do then? So it doesn't work. But here's the problem. You have countries like Europe, you have countries like America that produce things. They make phones, they make PCs, they make CPUs. They make the things that we use every single day. Now, in order for them to make money, they need consumers. They need people that can't produce these things, that will purchase these things from them. Countries like South Africa and the rest of Africa work perfectly for this. Why? Because we don't have the ability to build our own things, therefore we need the things that they make. So, if they can keep us as eternal primitive economies or developing economies, we will always have to buy their things. That's as simple as that. That is why there is this constant push. The world literally just gave South Africa over $8 billion for renewable energy with one big fundamental rule, right? One stipulation. We are not allowed to spend any money on coal. All of it has to be renewable. Now, allow me to very quickly explain to you why this is such a fuck up. Before we go, understand one thing. South Africa gets all of its energy from Eskom. The entire infrastructure of energy in South Africa is owned and controlled by Eskom. Now, this is the map of South Africa. If you were to take a fucking guess, where do you think all of the infrastructure and generation of electricity lies within this map? Where does it come from? If you were to connect new sources of energy to South Africa, where would you have to do it on this map? The answer is simple. Limpopo and Mpumalanga. The vast majority of all of our current coal plants lie in Limpopo and Mpumalanga. Why? Because that's where all the fucking mines are. So they did the obvious thing. We built the coal plants close to the coal mines, therefore we don't have to track them all over the country. All of the infrastructure, the available infrastructure in South Africa is in Limpopo and Mpumalanga. But they want to go renewable, full renewable, wind and solar. Where is that? Oh, surprise, surprise. It's in the Northern Cape, the Western Cape, and the Eastern Cape. The other side of the fucking country. This is where all the solar and the wind go. but there's no infrastructure to actually connect these things to the grid because there's no mines here. There's nothing here for them to actually put anything up. So there's no infrastructure. Eskom is bankrupt. Literally, the company has over 1 trillion rand in debt that it cannot pay back. So it cannot increase its infrastructure. It cannot actually build infrastructure to onboard any of the solar and wind plants that they have in the pipeline. This is why in the latest opening bid, there were no wind farms approved. Why? Because not a single one of those wind farms, even if approved and built, can be connected to the grid because there is no grid connections on this side of the country. So you have this bonkers idea. We're going to go full renewable. How are we going to do it? Well, we're going to get investments from the rest of the world. Oh, how are we going to connect it to the country? I don't know. We haven't thought that far. Like, we haven't thought that far ahead. If you want to do infrastructure upgrades, this is going to take 2 years at the minimum to get the infrastructure upgraded to the point where you can actually onboard these plants. So, and none of it's happened, by the way. They haven't started with this shit yet. This is just all theory at this point. They keep saying, oh, we're in the process, we're going to really do it, we're going to really do it, and it's going to work, it's going to work, it's going to work. Nothing ever gets done, nothing ever actually starts. It's just more talk, more bullshit, and everyone keeps falling for it. That's the problem within South Africa. And then, of course, you have the DA. They control the whole of the Western Cape, this small little province right here at the bottom of South Africa. They continue to play by the rules of the ANC. Even though South Africa is being battered by load shedding, they still play by the rules of the ANC. Why? You control this province. Simply put out the call for independent power producers to start building their own solar plants and start building their own wind farms in the Western Cape, which is perfect for it, by the way, and just buy it off of them and sell it to us at a profit and cut out the rest of the country. Fuck what the government wants to tell you. Screw them. The Western Cape can survive without the rest of the country. The government is no longer necessary for anything that needs to happen. And yet, what are you doing? You're telling us about some fucking march that you're going to hold to the buildings of the ANC. The ANC doesn't give a shit. They've never had to care about this crap because they don't actually have load shedding. They're not the ones suffering from this. So what the fuck are you talking about?
DA, I also extend an invitation to political parties, civil society, and community formations, and all South Africans to join forces as we direct our anger at the true source of this crisis, the African National Congress. We've chosen Luthuli House for a very good reason. Through its corrupt policy of cadre deployment,
the reason I'm not talking about nuclear in Mosier is because in order to get a nuclear power plant built, you're looking at 8 to 15 years for it to actually be built. South Africa doesn't have that much time. Right now, the sad bit is that South Africa doesn't have time left for coal or nuclear, right? We just don't have the time. Coal plants take on average between 3 and 5 years for literally just to start generating electricity, not even all, just some. And nuclear takes 8 to 15 years, even with no regulation. If you include the regulation, it can take upwards of 20 years to get a nuclear power plant built, in South Africa at least. So we don't have time for coal or for nuclear. The only thing we do have time for is renewables, but as I just showed you on this map, where? You can't build renewable power plants in Mpumalanga or Limpopo. It's not right for it. The wind isn't... I think Mpumalanga has like 2 or 3 spots where the wind kind of works. The true wind and solar is in the Western Cape, the Eastern Cape, and the Northern Cape. But there's no connections here, so there's nothing you can do. You're stuck, your finger in your bum. That's why no one's talking about nuclear. Do I want nuclear? With everything in me. I believe that the whole of South Africa should be powered purely with nuclear power plants. I think the whole world should use nuclear because it's the safest, greenest, best energy source we have. But in the absence of a government that knows what the hell's going on, we may as well just give up on that dream. And the other question that I would ask most people is, do we really want the ANC? The ANC, a party that has never had a single victory in anything that they have done. Do we really want them in charge of building a nuclear power station? This is the same party that has never had a single W in anything that they have done. You want to talk about a catastrophe? You let them build a fucking nuclear power plant. What they will do is they will build the world's first ever own goal nuclear bombs. That is what they will do.
The ANC has seized the decision-making powers that should rightfully belong to the state and have centralized these powers in the ANC. It is at Luthuli House where, over the past 25 years, decisions were made to deploy the corrupt and incompetent ANC cadres who plundered and destroyed Eskom. It is at Luthuli House where corrupt tenders were handed out, including for the construction of the Medupi and Kusile power stations that have cost our country hundreds of billions of rands, yet still can't provide the power we need. The ANC is accused number one for load shedding, and Luthuli House is the scene of the crime. But also have good news for those of you who do not live in Johannesburg. The DA has listened to your calls for protest action to be expanded to more parts of the country, which is why we've decided to turn next Wednesday into a fully fledged National Day of Action against ANC load shedding. Please follow the DA's social media pages and WhatsApp groups for more information. You can also visit our website at www.da.org.za, where we will provide you with poster designs and other resources to enable you to participate. Now is the time to take action, or soon there will be nothing left of our beloved South Africa. So let's save the date. Next Wednesday, the 25th of January.
Redo? Yeah, probably. She most likely already have battery inverter shit set up, because that's the only way she can do it. Either that, or she happens to live in... there's some parts of the country that never gets load shed. So, my brother actually lives in that part. Literally just up the road from me, a kilometer away from me, my brother has no load shedding because his grid is tied to the highway, and the highway never gets load shed. So he doesn't get load shedding whatsoever. And then I have another friend that lives, and his grid is on the same grid as one of the protected hospitals. So they also never get load shedding. And then another guy that I know, I'm not friends with him, but I know him. He's on the same grid as the airport, and they never get load shed, so he never gets load shed. So every once in a while, you find people that are lucky, and they happen to fall in one of these grids that can just never be load shed. For the rest of us, there's no such fucking luck. I know of an apartment complex next to a funeral home that doesn't get load shedding either. Easy. Or maybe, yeah, maybe she is the daughter of some fucking politician, right? That can also happen. And no, I will not be protesting. I have no idea why anyone would do it. I don't think this will help. It's just not gonna. It's not gonna do anything. This is the perfect example of politicians doing things that sound good on paper, and it gets people really riled up, but it leads to nothing whatsoever at all. Like, what actual pressure? So here's my question. If the DA tomorrow decided to take the Western Cape off of the Eskom grid and just do whatever the fuck they want, stop following government's regulations around this, what's the government going to do? Because I promise you, the second the Western Cape starts doing it, Gauteng follows, and then the Eastern Cape follows, and then the Northern Cape follows, and then the Free State follows, and then KwaZulu-Natal follows, and then the Northwest follows. The only province that will never follow is Limpopo, because, you know, what the fuck are they going to do, right? Limpopo is just corrupt to the core. But the other provinces will have to follow. And what's the ANC going to do? Nothing. Nothing. They can't stop the DA from providing electricity to their citizens if they themselves, which the national government did, failed to provide this basic core like necessity to their citizens. What's the ANC going to do? Sue the DA for daring to provide electricity to their citizens? Like, can you think of an easier fucking L for a political party? Oh yeah, I'm gonna sue you because you're trying to make the lives of citizens easier. That'll go well. Like, the optics there seems to make sense. Like, the DA is just spineless, bro. They're fucking spineless. That's what it is. They say things that sound good, but like all politicians, what they do is bullshit. It means nothing.
We stand shoulder to shoulder. Let's make sure that the 25th of January will go down in history as a day that marks the beginning of the end for the corrupt load shedders and the start of a hopeful new era where South Africans stand together to build a better country for all of us. I'll see you in the streets.
He missed the golden opportunity to do the whole America needs you meme. He shouldn't have done that. He should have gone, I'll see you, and then just replace it with a poster of we want you. That would have worked. Yeah, the DA gets things done. Look, I don't want to like shit on the DA too much. I live in Cape Town, and I have to say, if you compare Cape Town to the rest of South Africa, it's there's no comparison. Cape Town definitely does work. It works a hell of a lot better than the rest of the country. The streets are clean. The street lights always work. The roads are well maintained. It feels like you're living in Europe for the most part. The police presence are really high. It's safe for the most part. So I don't want to say that the DA is just bad, but in terms of actually taking the country by the balls and doing their job, the DA is spineless. They don't seem to be like, dude, if I led the DA, we would already be considered a terrorist organization in South Africa, because I would just literally look Mr. Ramaphosa slap in the face and I would be like, fuck you. Like, genuinely, I'd just be like, fuck you. Every single time I saw him, I would give him the middle finger. I'd be like, fuck you. I do what I want, bitch. And then that's it. Like, what are they going to do? Send the military? Oh, shit, I'm scared. South Africa's military is fucking useless, bro. Like, you shouldn't be scared of that. Send the police? Shit. Also not scared. They're useless. So it doesn't matter. None of this matters. The DA just, they want to seem legitimate. And they're not legitimate. Because they keep hoping that they're going to someday rule South Africa. They're not going to rule South Africa. It's just not going to happen. Because the ANC will never allow themselves to lose. This is what's so wild to me, and why so many people don't think, like, why people don't think through things really boggles the mind. The ANC is by far the most corrupt party that South Africa has ever seen. By a mile. More corrupt than any other. All of this is due to corruption. All of it. Every single thing that is wrong in South Africa right now is due to corruption. You have people that, if they were to be prosecuted under the law, would get lifetime in prison. These are the exact same people that are running the country. Why would they lose that power when losing that power would mean that they go to jail? They wouldn't. They're not going to give up their power. If the ANC ever came to a point where it looks like they might lose the election, they will cheat. They will steal the election, and they will just pretend like everything is back to normal. Because I don't see criminals and organized criminals giving away their power, especially if it means that they will go to jail as a result of that. It is as simple as that. So anyone that's sort of hoping that South Africa is just going to fix itself, you're living in a dream world. You're off your rocker. The ANC isn't going to give up power. The ANC isn't going to share power. The ANC will find a way. And it's bonkers that more people don't know this. Sorry about that, guys. I'm a little fumed at the minute with my country and the bullshit that's happening here. What was their percentage in votes last election? For the DA, Pilistek, they get about 30 to 33% of the vote in the country. I don't protest, King Julian, because protesting is a waste of time. Like, if I actually thought that what the government is going to do would work, then yeah, maybe I would go to the protest, but I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna mean jack shit. Yeah, I'd rather just stay home and stream. So what's gonna work? South Africa needs a national divorce. That's the only thing that can work. The provinces need to basically break up. Every province for themselves. Simple as that. It's the only thing that can work. South Africa is not a country that can work together. There's just too many different ideologies that rule the country. There's too many people that think about the world way differently to like their counterparts. And you can't have a country that runs this way. You have one group of the people that firmly and absolutely believe in communism, not socialism, communism. You have another group of people that believe in socialism more than what they believe in communism, but they'll take either, right? They'll take either one as long as it's not capitalism. And then you have a group of people that staunchly believe in capitalism. How the hell do you ever make that work? Because I don't want to live in a communist country. I just don't. And I don't give a fuck how many people want to live in that country. I don't want to live there. So it's just not really something you can't marry those ideas. As sad as that sounds, once you have that in your, because these things are so far removed from each other in terms of the political ideology or the spectrum of it. Socialism and capitalism is so far removed from each other that I don't believe that you can live in a country where one half of the population wants the literal thing that the other half of the country hates. At that point, you're no longer really a country. At that point, you're just people being forced to live together, even though you really don't want to. And yeah, Redu, I don't have a problem with segregation. The only type of segregation that I vehemently reject is segregation based on race, because I do not believe that your race determines your ideology or the way that you think. Because I can tell you now that some of the most staunch capitalists that I have heard speak were black. They weren't white, at least in South Africa. So for example, the leader of the business league in South Africa is a black woman. She is, man, you should hear her speak. Fuck. If I ever see another interview with her, because all of the interviews that I have of her now is very old, so it doesn't even matter. But if there's ever another interview of her, I'll like, dude, fucking brilliant. When she speaks, you're like, oh my Jesus, we need more people to just listen to her. She should be the president. So, because she says the right things and she speaks the right way, right? And she's black. And then you look at a fucking asshole like Carl Niehaus, for example, right? Who is a white guy, but he's part of the ANC, and he's a communist. And if you were to ask me to choose between Carl Niehaus and the lady from the Business League, yeah, I want her. And I want that fucking asshole. He's stupid. I want this lady. Let her be the president for a bit. All colors, some guy, 1782. Pretty fucking true. China kind of fuses capitalism and communism. No, I can't remember. Yeah, they have like corporatism to the max, but yeah, they do kind of fuse it, although the fusion itself doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Wiseman, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. You're far too kind, sir. His ideology isn't based on region, so it's hard to divide geographically, but I get you. CCS, it doesn't have to be divided upon region, right? Because as long as you... So what I would want for South Africa is a national divorce where every single province basically either becomes like a state in the US in the truest sense of the word, so they govern themselves, they can collect their own taxes and they make their own rules. But then you do have complete freedom of movement within those provinces. So in other words, if I don't like the way the Western Cape is operated and run, I can move to Limpopo or to Gauteng or to the Northern Cape or the Eastern Cape or wherever, where I like the way that they're governing more than what I like what they're doing in the Western Cape, right? So as long as you have that freedom of movement where the provinces do not care about the borders within or in between each other, I think it's fine, right? I think a national divorce will work just perfectly. It's sort of the same thing as the people that's arguing for a national divorce in America. Because you have a massive movement in America as well that wants a national divorce. Better idea, Echo, since you got a lot of ideas to improve your country and sounds like it would work. Maybe you should run for South African president? No. I'm not a good enough liar to run for president. Politicians have to lie in order to get to the top. You see, because when they ask a politician, what will you do? You have to claim to have the answer to every question that they may ask you. And so, for example, what will you do to better the lives of the people in South Africa? The true answer is nothing. I can't do anything. It's not up to me. All I can do is kind of get out of your way. So that's all I can do. I can ensure that if you want to open a business, it's easy to open a business and it's cheap to open a business. And if you want to get a job, there are enough jobs. So, but again, I can't create jobs. I can basically just create the environment so that other people can create jobs. Because jobs are created by businesses. And all I can do is make it easy enough for people to open businesses so that they can create jobs. But when you're asked, what will you do about the unemployment in South Africa? Your answer cannot be nothing. I'm just going to make sure that more people can open businesses. People don't want to hear the truth. What they want to hear is, oh, we as government, we're going to create 6 million jobs and we're going to do it. Right? So you have to lie. You have to stop making shit up as to how you, the government, is going to fix the unemployment problem. Even though the government cannot fix an unemployment problem because the government cannot employ every single citizen in the country. It's not possible. It's physically impossible. So I don't have the ability to lie like that. So I will never get elected because with every single thing that they ask me, I will be like, I don't know. I'm just going to make sure that people can take care of themselves. That's it. That's my answer. And I won't get elected like that. I don't know if it's a winning strategy, but I don't know what the evidence would be for showcasing it any other way. Fuck. Ah, this stream just took a fucking turn for the worst, man. No. Fuck my life. Right in the asshole, bro. Like, why is the Buccaneers so shit? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, why? Do you know if the Western Cape is building independent power stations? They're not. No, they're not. Is it sports ball? Are you winning, son? Rido, fuck you, bro. Like, how dare you? How dare you speak ill of the literal GOAT of football? Like, literally the god of football. How dare you? Can't believe you just said that. Enough jobs for everyone if everyone is in the military. True. We'll just build a great military. Think of it this way. If you were elected to a high position, you could hire someone to do your video titles for you. True. It's bred into them. The Bucks will always be shit. Yeah, but they weren't shit. It's just the problem is that these, like, last year, the Buccaneers had this thing of Like, they would just try anything. They would just do anything. They would just go balls to the fucking wall and all out. This year, the Bucks just constantly feel like they're playing it safe. The new coach for the Bucks, I don't know what his name is, but the new coach for the Bucks, he just seems like he's afraid to play the game. Dude, the Buccaneers have arguably the best wide receiver in the league. Like, what's his name? The tall fuck, Mike Evans. Mike Evans is insane. In a one-on-one, there's no one that can beat him. There's no one that can even match him. And yet, they hardly ever use him. Ever. He just runs around, he gets the short ball, they never air it out for him. And the 3 times they did air it out for him, like last weekend, he fucking scored. All 3 times he scored. Because he's Mike fucking Evans. And then, I don't even understand the fact that they have no running game, Papa Shango, because it's not like anything changed there, right? What's his name? Fournette, right? Fournette. He was there last year, and he was a brilliant fucking runner. This year he's there, no running. Like, he's just shit suddenly. How is he just shit suddenly? How is the... Nothing's changed. It's the exact same fucking team, pretty much. And yet, it doesn't work. I don't understand. Oh my god. I like the Dallas Cowboys, though. So I'm not too sad, because at least the Dallas Cowboys are in. So I have someone to support in the Super Bowl still. But I am a little salty that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost. It's really interesting, the other political landscape of SA. What's the majority's take on nationalism and national pride at SA? As far as I can see, those things are the major hurdles against the state segregation. So nationalism is very, very high up in South Africa. South Africa is an incredibly nationalist country, insofar as there's so many xenophobic attacks here, and you know, immigrants are being blamed for literally everything, right? Everything that goes wrong is the fault of the immigrants, even though the immigrants really isn't the problem, because I understand the anger, right, of the local population, but their anger is directed towards the wrong people. Because the reason they're angry is because a lot of the immigrants that come to South Africa don't play by their rules. So, for example, South Africa has a minimum wage, yeah? You're not allowed to pay any worker in South Africa under a certain amount per month, yeah? Immigrants don't play by those rules. The immigrants come from other African nations, and they're willing to work for half of what the national minimum wage is. And so, of course, people hire the immigrants that's willing to work for half, because why wouldn't you? The local population also don't have the right to opt out of that. So if you're a worker and you're willing to work for less than what the minimum wage is, you're not allowed to do that. That's against the law. If the government finds out, they'll fine the guy that you're working for. So the local population have no ability to actually get themselves out of poverty, because the government keeps them in perpetual poverty. And so when the immigrants come in, the immigrants take what little jobs they already have, because they're willing to work harder. They're usually more educated as well, which is the really sad thing. And that's the true crime that the ANC should one day pay for. When immigrants from Africa come into South Africa, they are better educated than a lot of the local populations of South Africa, which means they can do jobs that would require a little bit more skill, a hell of a lot better than the local population. And so the local population hates the immigrants for taking their jobs, not realizing that it is not the fault of the immigrants, it's the fault of the fucking government. If they really want to be angry, they should blame the government for this. Of course, the government keeps saying, no, immigration is fine, the border should remain open, but they don't fix the underlying problems that is leading to the xenophobic attacks. Because if you keep people, because remember, I'm not affected by immigration the same way that a poor person in South Africa is affected. This is something that Americans oftentimes do not understand either. The people that are affected by immigration are usually the poorest of the poor in your society. They are the ones that suffer because immigrants go to live among them. Immigrants take their jobs, take their opportunities away. If you live, in San Francisco or in New York City or, on the coast in a metropolitan area, you don't deal with the immigrants. The only thing you see from the immigrants is how they make your food when you want lunch, right? And they make really nice food that's culturally diverse and it's really nice, but you don't deal with the on the ground effects that immigrants will have. And then it's easy for immigrants to blame or to get the blame for the hardship that befalls the local population, because the local population sees that things are getting worse and worse and worse and immigrants are coming in more and more and more, and so they make the connection. Things are getting worse because of the immigrants, not realizing that, nah, fam, things aren't getting worse because of the immigrants. Immigrants are incredible people. You have to think about this. This person took a chance. They decided in many ways, in many cases, to give up their entire life, walk thousands of miles to your country to come and make a living for themselves. These are the kinds of people that you want in a country, right? Because these are the kinds of people that's going to work their asses off in order to make it. So you want those people because they're good people usually to have. Of course, you do get your bad apples, but in general, they're good people to have in your country. But only if your politicians understand that they have to make it so that everyone can make it. You can't just take it, like especially South Africa, cannot have an open border policy. We already don't have enough jobs for our local population. If you allow for an open border policy, you're making it even harder for the local population to get jobs because there's already not enough. Even if all the immigrants fucked off home, there's still not enough jobs in South Africa for the local population. Now you add immigration on top of that, and there really isn't enough jobs for the local population. So we have a lot of real big problems, especially among African immigrants that is just coming here to try and make a living for themselves, and the local population that is getting increasingly more and more fed up, but sort of directing their anger at the wrong people, so to speak. Standard Hamster, how you doing, fam? I made a clip, but I think I lost it. Oh, shit. What clip did you make? In England, that was how they got a lot to vote brevity, for Brexit, blaming immigration. Well, yeah, but again, in England, the same thing is true. Your poor people, especially people in the north and in the middle of England, the government destroyed their jobs, right? By sending most of those factories to European countries or to China. Most of those mines were closed down because they could get the goods for a lot cheaper from other countries. So you have this whole block in the middle of the UK that doesn't have jobs. And then you have all these immigrants coming in, taking what few jobs they want or that they could have. And specifically in this instance, immigrants are oftentimes willing to work and live in incredibly bad circumstances. So you might get immigrants that you'll have 20 immigrants living in one house. Why? Because they take their money and they send it to their families back home. Because, £100 might not be much for you and me, but it's a shit ton of money for someone that lives in war-torn Syria. Yeah, it's a fucking fortune. So they're willing to work and live in squalor so that they can send money to their families. But for a local, right, an Englishman or an Englishwoman, they can't live like that. This is their life. This is their country. And yet they can't get jobs because they can't work for the peanuts that's being provided them. So it really makes things very, very difficult. And again, I'm not saying that it's the immigrant's fault, because it's not. The immigrant isn't to blame for this. They came to make a living for themselves. It's the government's fault. The problem is just most people don't understand that blame the government for the failures. Don't blame the immigrant. The immigrant had no control over this, right? It's not like the immigrants make the rules. They just play by the rules the same as you do. The only difference is you have to play by the rules more than what they have to. Problems in 2015, and they instantly can get our social benefits. Vote for me and my mandatory prostitution policy. What's your policy consist of? Read, that's also sad but true. A lot of the time, immigrants will do the jobs that no one else wants to do. That is very true. Sad, because those same people will then blame the immigrants for not having a job. It's like, motherfucker, you could have driven for Uber Eats too. Nothing stopped you, but you were too good for that, right? You didn't want to do that. Well, Akko, they took our jobs. Of course we're going to blame them. Stop siding with the immigrants, Akko. Fuck off, bro. They didn't take your job. Well, you're not wrong. They did take your job, but the reason there's not enough jobs is the government's fault. It's not the fault of the immigrant. If the government would lay off and actually allow people to open their own businesses, there would be more than enough jobs. Now, I do want to say and clarify in this instance, what I'm talking about is legal immigration, not illegal immigration. Illegal immigration cannot work. It cannot stand. It will not work. The thing is, no matter how advanced your country is, it still needs to know who is coming in, why are they coming in, and of what sort of level of education do they stem from. Because all jobs need, or all countries need some level of unskilled labor. But most countries, especially in Europe, do not require many unskilled workers. Right? So if you have 1 million immigrants flooding in, but you only have 500,000 jobs for unskilled labor, you're adding just so many troubles, right? Because not only are you taking jobs from the local population that is unskilled, you're also ensuring that about 500,000 of the new illegal immigrants are also going to be without a job because there literally just isn't a job. It's as simple as that. So, yeah, unskilled or illegal immigration is a whole different can of beans, right? Those, my wife can't come to live with me legally. Fuck. Apocalypse, that's rough. I don't actually know how many... I don't know what the rate of illegal versus legal immigration in America is. I know America has a shit ton of legal immigrants. I think America actually takes more immigrants than any other nation on Earth. But then again, they can usually get away with that because their economy grows so fast that they need a lot of workers, or at least more than most countries on Earth. But I mean, yeah, there's always going to be problems. There's always going to be someone somewhere to blame for shit. But yeah, the original question, South Africa does struggle with nationalism quite heavily. And it's the bad kind of nationalism, right? It's the kind of nationalism where it's not actually even, because I don't think nationalism by itself is necessarily a problem. I think a politician should look out for their own country, right? Like, you should look out for your own country. You were elected by these people, therefore you should do what's good for them, right? And that's all nationalism really is. I think what makes nationalism really toxic is when it's coupled with something like corruption, which in South Africa, that's absolutely what it is. Or when it comes at the expense of everyone else. So your nationalism basically makes you a pariah on the world stage. That's probably also not a good thing. But Uncle, that's another thing, right? If you take in illegals, but they're not allowed to share in the wealth of the nation until such time that they start contributing, that's a whole different discussion. So say, for example, you have open borders and people can come in, but they can't partake in the social net until such time that they've actually worked and paid into it. That's obviously not going to create nearly as many problems as a country that just everyone can come in and they can immediately collect a check from the government. Because what you're now doing is you're starting to put a lot of pressure on those that do have jobs and are paying taxes, because they're going to have to start paying more taxes as people are starting to flood the country because they can get free shit here. So yeah, I mean, it's a fuck up. We see no end in sight. Wouldn't it be smart to look to moving out of the country? Yeah, but where do I move? Redoof. Like, which country do I go to? Because I don't think, right now at least, it seems like almost every country in the world is sort of getting its shit kicked in. You know, Europe has energy problems, so they might be getting load shedding soon too, which I don't want to fucking go there. America has a massive problem of no one giving a shit about anyone else, and there's probably going to be civil war at some point there. Australia, everything wants to kill you, so that's that's just off the table straight off the bat. Thailand, Japan, South Korea, North Korea, and all of the Asian countries are too close to China, and that's a problem. So, where the fuck do you go? Don't be coming here, bringing your fancy load shedding with you. Exactly. Nothing wants to kill you except funnel webs, though. Yeah, except for funnel webs and all the other things, right? Civil War. Digit, how you doing, fam? Nah, New Zealand's PM is a fucking moron. I wouldn't live under that lady. I've heard her speak once and she sounded nuts to me. US, Ireland, Switzerland, Netherlands, or Australia, maybe? I think if I were to choose, I would probably choose Ireland, if I'm honest. Partly because it would be the easiest to get into. And also, I think they seem to be doing okay. Of course, I'm not quite clued up with everything that happens in Ireland, but they seem to be doing okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm genuinely not sure where I would move to if I moved. Right now, I'm getting an inverter and a battery, which takes care of the load shedding thing, at least for the time being, until I can get some solar panels up and running, because I have to get solar panels up and running at some point. And then hopefully load shedding isn't a problem anymore. The only thing that can then fuck me over is if my country gets like ground to a halt, right? If my country goes into complete blackout mode and everything goes to shit, that's then a fuck up. But everything else, I think, we can weather and we can figure out a way, right? So yeah. Oh yeah, then we have the price hikes as well, which is super fun. Just charging more money for less options. There is some form of load shedding. Every country keeps turning something off. For us here, though, lanterns turned off for a couple of hours, middle of the night. Some videos say thus far, nearly all countries are stockpiling up energy. No, to go to Canada, man. Trust me, not while Trudeau is in power. When is Futurama installing your shit? CCS, as soon as I know, I will let you know. Dude, I have struggled with that fuck for almost 2 weeks now. I have literally last night, 9 o'clock, he finally sent the invoice so that I could pay him. After a week of asking, dude, where's the fucking invoice? I want to pay you, but I need the invoice. I can't pay without the invoice. He finally sends the invoice. So now it's just waiting to find out when they can install it. But I did sort of impress on him that there's not going to be any of this, maybe this week, next week. I want an exact day. Like, right now. Tell me fucking right now, what time are you coming? What day? Now. Going to copy your setup. CCS, so go for a 5 kVA inverter and a lux power inverter. So 5 kVA lux power, as well as a 5 kilowatt hour battery. GG. Not bad. Not bad. I think that should last most people. I'll let you know how the air conditioner goes on that setup though. Because that's the one thing that kind of bothers me is the air conditioner. Can the air conditioner actually last for 2-3 hours with that battery size? And like the inverter isn't a problem, but can it last with that battery size? That's going to be the big question. We'll have to wait and see. If it doesn't, I'm going to have to buy another battery. Fuck. The batteries are quite expensive. But yeah, I got it for CCS with installation. It's about 55. So it cost me in terms of what did it cost me in dollars? 55 rand to USD. It cost me about 3,200 US dollars for the inverter and the battery and the installation. So it's not too bad. I just run 2 gaming PCs, don't care about aircon. I got one of them Xiaomi fans that have built-in batteries. Bro, you don't care about aircon? I'll tell you now, bro. I don't know how I lived without this air conditioner before. Because my brother is literally sitting in the other room, sweating his balls off. He texted me earlier saying, dude, it's so hot, I can't breathe. What heat? It's a hot year. Pretty nice here. I'm enjoying my living arrangements at the minute. But anyways, guys, I have to go. My power's going off in 6 minutes. No, 16 minutes. But I usually switch off around about now, just in case they switch it off early. Yeah, sucks dick. But I'll be back tomorrow. Let's first see what time tomorrow. What time am I gonna be back tomorrow? Let's quickly check, so you guys can make like your own schedules sort of known as well. All right. So tomorrow is Wednesday. Tomorrow I'll probably be able to same time as today. Yeah, literally same time as today. So we'll stream again from the morning until about 12 o'clock now. So yeah, I'm gonna stream today then. Notice Echo. Yeah, Ballistic, sorry, bro. But yeah, load shedding is starting now. I'm now off until 2 o'clock. And then I'm off again at 6 o'clock. So I have to get everything done, food and everything, because I'm off from 6 o'clock until 8 o'clock. And then I have to go to bed. So yeah, it's like I have about 4 hours to sort of get some work done, get some YouTube stuff done, make food, eat, and then basically wait for lights out so I can go to bed. Sucks, but until we get the battery inverter, this is the best I can do. But I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll do some reactions, some Reddit reactions. We haven't done Reddit reactions in a while. Maybe play some games. We'll see. Anyways, I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out, for spending some time with me. Your morning, your evening, your afternoon. It's been an absolute pleasure. As always, ladies and gentlemen, be kind to each other, be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.